was driving southbound on I-81 in Virginia on a summer day, but recent rain had left the road slick. I was taking it slow, carefully navigating the wet pavement while faster vehicles zoomed past me. One car shot by at a breakneck speed, easily 90 to 100 miles an hour. I glanced over to where my mother and nephew were asleep in the bunk behind me. I had been about to make a comment on the driver's reckless speed, but seeing them peacefully asleep, I mumbled my frustration to myself instead. About a mile down the highway, I noticed the same car again. This time, it was airborne, crashing violently into the side of a semi. The impact ripped the trailer open. The load, marked as hazmat, spilled across the road. The sight was surreal. The crumpled wreckage of the car, the strewn totes, and the semi's mangled trailer. I pulled over quickly, heart racing. The driver of the car was bleeding profusely, his injuries severe. My mother and I rushed to his aid, using towels to stem the flow of blood the best we could. Each moment felt like an eternity, our hands trembling as we tried to help. The sound of sirens grew closer, and soon the state police and paramedics arrived, taking over the scene with a grim efficiency. We continued our journey to my mother's house, arriving about 30 minutes later. The house was quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos we'd just left behind. As we settled in, we turned on the news, hoping for some information about the accident. The headlines were stark and unforgiving. The driver had died. And then just one of those weird, unnecessary but chilling realizations struck me. My offhand comment to myself about the driver having a death wish had taken on horrific weight. I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that my words had somehow been a dark premonition. And that little coincidence just haunts me. Back in the 70s and 80s, it wasn't uncommon for highway patrol officers or state troopers to have CB radios. In fact, almost every truck on the road had one. It was a different time, where communication over the airwaves was key to keeping the roads safe. By 1980, I was running night shifts for a trucking company out of California, driving from one terminal to another on a scheduled route, 5 nights a week. There were plenty of other drivers doing the same thing, and over time, you got to know each other pretty well. We'd chat on the radio, share road conditions, or just pass the time on those long stretches of highway. One particular night, I was cruising along when I noticed a California Highway Patrol, CHP car, out in the fast lane with its lights flashing. It struck me as odd since I hadn't seen any speeders blow past me recently. Curiosity got the better of me, so I picked up the mic and asked, "Hey, officer, you got a radio?" To my surprise, he responded, "Yes, I do. In fact, I was just about to call you. I wonder if you and your buddies could do us a favor. There's a bad wreck up ahead, about 3 miles with lane blockage and injuries. We could really use a traffic break." "Absolutely," I replied without hesitation. "Where do you need traffic to stop?" He mentioned an overpass about 2 miles down the road. Medi-flight's on the way to pick up one of the injured, but they need some space to land safely. "Got it," I said. Then I called out to 2 other drivers that I knew were close by. "Hey, Jake, Tim, you guys still behind me?" Both of them confirmed that they were. "Come on up here beside me, and let's start slowing traffic down." I was running in the right-hand lane, so Jake pulled his rig up beside mine in the middle lane, while Tim took the far left. The 3 of us started to gradually back down our speed, keeping it nice and smooth. The CH officer stayed about a 1/4 mile ahead of us, guiding the traffic from the middle lane of the 3-lane freeway. As I glanced in my mirrors, I saw the glow of 4-way flashers lighting up the highway behind us. Slowly but surely, We brought everything to a halt right under the overpass. The CHP car came to a stop, parked sideways across the highway in front of us, as the helicopter descended to the scene of the crash. We all climbed out of our trucks, the cool night air hitting our faces as we gathered around waiting. The helicopter took off after a few tense minutes, and soon enough, the wreck was cleared from the road. The CHP officer walked over, his expression a mix of gratitude and exhaustion. "We'll be ready to roll in just a few minutes. I really appreciate what you guys did back there." We nodded, and after he got back into his car, we turned to our trucks. A short while later, he called over the radio. "Okay, let's move. Stick to the middle lane until the sweepers finish up. Thanks again." As we passed the crash site, the officers waved from the shoulder, and we waved back, glad to have helped in some small way. Another night, we found ourselves boxing in a drunk driver. We slow-walked him to the freeway, staying on his tail and flanking him on both sides until a base station was able to call the CHP. The officer got out there quickly, took the guy off the road before he could hurt anyone. I had a paramedic supervisor back in the 90s who had 20 years in EMS, who had a reputation for being a tough guy with a big heart. He told us a story that raised the hair on the back of my neck one day that I'll never forget. In 1981, he was an EMT for a volunteer fire department in a New Hampshire farming community. In this town lived an elderly brother and sister along with an elderly cousin on a sprawling farm. They were very well liked by the townsfolk, and they would offer a plot of their farmland to anyone for asking, with one simple rule, that no matter what they grew, they had to donate a third of their yield to the area's local food banks. This was just one of the reasons they were so beloved. As they got older, Mary, the sister, became frail with osteoporosis and was admitted to a nursing home. John, her brother, was left to look after the farm. One day, the cousin who lived nearby was unable to reach John by phone and became concerned. He went to the farm, entered the house. He discovered John in an upstairs bedroom, unconscious, suffering from a stroke. He immediately called 911. Word of trouble at the farm spread quickly, and soon the siren was blaring, notifying volunteers in the town. The town's police and ambulance raced to the farm. An ambulance from an adjoining community was also dispatched. My boss was one of the EMTs responding and was familiar with this family. When he arrived, he said he walked into the house and was told to hurry as CPR was underway. As he entered the front hall, on his left was a sitting room, and in the room he noticed an elderly woman sitting in a rocking chair, smiling back at him. He thought how happy and peaceful she looked, and was a bit odd given what was going on. He then recognized her. It was Mary, the man's sister. They got John to the ambulance and transported him to the hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. As my boss was filling out his report at the nurse's station, he made a comment to one of the staff, saying how sad it was that Mary was finally well enough to go home, and then John would die like that. The staff member gave him a strange look, asked what he was talking about. My boss said how great Mary looked at the house. He was then informed that Mary passed away the day before at the nursing home and couldn't have possibly been at the farm. Thinking he mistook someone else for Mary, he asked around about who the female was at the house. There were no females during the call. All the responders were male. He then described what she was wearing, including an oversized set of pearls and a pink flowered dress. The dress was Mary's favorite. He had no doubt that the pleasant elderly woman who gave him a warm smile was indeed Mary. 2 days later, my boss and his then-girlfriend decided to attend the wake for John and Mary, a double wake and funeral, as Mary was the girlfriend's grade school teacher. As my boss walked into the funeral, he gazed over at the coffin holding Mary, and he nearly fainted. Mary was wearing her favorite pink dress with an oversized pearl necklace, exactly as she wore 2 days earlier at the farm. When I was a sophomore in high school, there was a series of attacks against girls by a temporarily unknown masked assailant. It all started with a girl from our senior class named Lynn. She was attacked in the parking lot during a football game. I hadn't been friends with her, but I was at the game and word spread quickly about what had occurred that night, right outside the gates. An older couple had found Lynn lying on the ground in a row of cars in the parking lot. The woman ran back to alert the police that were at the game while the man stayed with the unconscious Lynn. I didn't leave my seats in the stands, but from where I was, I could see the ambulance flying down the highway from across the football field, heading towards the school. Lynn had been hit in the back of the head with a heavy object. The attacker was wearing a hoodie and a bandana over the bottom of their face. He went at Lynn with a knife, but she either fought him off or caused enough of a scene to make him run away. Either way, she still sustained a few cuts and abrasions on her arms and legs from the struggle. The high school I went to was a relatively big one, but Lynn already had a reputation for being a bit of a drama queen, so rumors started that she had done it to herself for attention. But then, another girl was attacked, Courtney. This time it was after volleyball practice. She was leaving the back exit of the gym when the perpetrator struck. Courtney was also struck in the back of the head and immediately knocked unconscious. When a teammate found her, she'd been stabbed in the shoulder. This prompted a police investigation, and the rumors really started to fly around. Some were accusing other classmates, even some faculty members were brought in to speak with the police, but nobody was revealed to be a person of interest. Meanwhile, Lynn starts receiving messages from her attacker. The letters would be stuffed into her locker. They'd be filled with all sorts of threats of all kinds of abuse. Lynn's address was posted in the letters, along with Polaroid pictures of her house. She gave them to the police, but it still didn't help to narrow down their list of suspects. Then, another girl was attacked, Lauren. This time, it was at another football game. She, like the other girl, was attacked from behind with a blunt object. Her clothes were cut and torn with a knife, and she was punched multiple times. Then the person ran away. It was completely random, but at least a better description was formed. Lauren described them as medium height and even noted that they had long hair as they saw it escape through their hoodie. There were ski goggles and a bandana over the bottom of their face. After that, the whole school was on high alert for a while. Attendance at the games was noticeably lowered, and people started walking in groups wherever they went. Everyone was suspicious of everyone else. Lynn had stopped showing up to school, and it felt like this menace had full control over the staff and students. Kids volunteered to bring Lynn's homework to her, and kids would stop by to check on her. A real support system developed for Lynn because she was the only one of the victims that continued to be contacted by this person. The letters she was receiving were becoming more and more gross and shocking. Then, at the last home game of the season, an off-duty police officer that had been involved in the case sees Lynn's car parked in the south lot of the field. He thinks it's strange considering her absence from school, so he drives back to the north lot where the main gates are. But instead of parking and going into the game, he decides to sit and wait in his car for a while. His daughter at the time is a junior at the school. I think her name was Jessica. She's also at the game that night, and just before the second half of the game, Jessica receives a call on her cell phone. She leaves her seat from the stadium to walk out into the parking lot by herself. Meanwhile, the game is raging inside. Our team was predicted to be state champs that year, so the stands were full, and the crowd was rowdy and loud. Jessica didn't care about the game, though. She had other plans in mind when she left for her leisurely stroll that night. Her plan would come to fruition. Jessica had been slowly walking up and down the rows of cars for about 10 minutes when, aside from the crowd noise, she hears gravel getting kicked up from behind her. She realized she wasn't in the parking lot by herself, and whoever else was out there with her was approaching fast from behind. Then, just before the assailant could get close to her, a third voice disrupted their motion. A loud, deep voice screamed, "Freeze!" Jessica turns around to see the hooded figure only a few strides behind her. She can hear the metallic knife bounce off the concrete of the parking lot. That would-be attacker was so startled by the scream, they dropped their knife and started to flee. But Jessica's dad, the off-duty officer, was already sprinting toward the hooded figure. They weren't able to get enough momentum, and Jessica's dad tackles them to the ground with a hit reminiscent of the football game going on inside the stadium. Too good to be true? Perfect timing? No. Jessica and her dad had been doing this ever since the attack started, their own father-daughter sting operation, and that night, the bait was finally bit. As the dad stands over the suspect, they got the wind knocked out of them, and they were writhing on the ground trying to breathe. Then, he pulls the ski goggles off. And to Jessica's surprise, and not so much her father's, they see Lynn lying on the ground, tears in her eyes, trying to get the air back into her lungs. Naturally, this was the news of the year, and would you believe it, no one ever saw Lynn at our school again. But a little bird told me that she did serve some jail time, even if it was just juvie. I've got 3 shorter stories for you from my days as a trucker. Now, they're all different, so I've labeled them as such. The first, creepiest. Driving I-40 to I-30 through Texas and Arkansas. I would see what looked like animals or faces popping out of the bushes, but longer than a glance proved that nothing was there. They had just paved the highway. There was hardly any traffic. I was dead tired. It was super dark. Highway hypnosis, I suppose. But I've never really believed that. I guess this next one I would consider paranormal. When I switched to local driving, my route ran near an air reserve base in Indiana, so you'd see planes and helicopters pretty often. One night, about 2 a.m., I was headed to pick up another load when I saw a bright green light in the corner of my windshield. It was too low to be an aircraft. It moved pretty slowly, then darted, and I lost sight of it behind some trees that I drove by. And my last one, it's just batshit crazy, and it's the one that happened the longest time ago. Driving south on I-75 in the winter in Ohio, I witnessed a compact car like a Cobalt or something get on the on-ramp to merge into I-70 North, and they lost control. They went sideways, fell at least 6 feet off the ramp, went onto the shoulder of the interstate, landing on all 4 wheels, spun 360 degrees, and then proceeded to merge into traffic like it was fucking nothing. Blew my fucking mind. The CB radio was going nuts for about 5 minutes. Holy shit, who else just fucking saw that, etc. It was batshit crazy. I service fire equipment, so I drive a box truck and cover parts of Pennsylvania, New York, Ohio, Maryland, West Virginia. I was in rural northwest Pennsylvania, returning from a service call and heading towards the interstate to go home. On my way to this customer, I saw a small pickup truck on the interstate whose right rear tire was steadily deflating. A mile or so before my exit, they pulled off to the side. I didn't stop to see if they needed help, and I felt a little bad about it. As I drove down this dark, twisty road, I passed a Dodge Durango pulled over into a barn driveway. There was a person lying on the ground behind it, struggling with something. It looked like a guy was trying to change a tire or get a spare out from under the Durango. Remembering the pickup from earlier, I decided to turn around and see if he needed some help. I pulled into the first driveway I saw, about a fourth a mile down the road, turned around and headed back. Halfway back, the Durango passed me, going the direction I had originally been headed. I got back to where I had seen the Durango, planning to turn around again, but as I swung into the driveway, my headlights caught a figure lying motionless in the snow. I stopped and jumped out just as the figure sat up. It was a woman, maybe in her 40s, in a thin, torn black skirt and top. Her hair was messy. Her eyes were starting to swell. She had red marks on her throat, and her lip was bleeding. I helped her up, got her into my truck, cranked up the heat. I'd taken my jacket off, so I gave it to her, and she covered her arms and torso. She didn't want to say anything. Her throat was sore, and she was badly frightened. I called 911, and they dispatched a police car. I gave her a bottle of water, and she whispered, "Thank you," then sat with her head bowed and her eyes closed. It took about 15 minutes for the police car to get there, and she stayed silent. As the car pulled in, she said mostly to herself, "He's gonna arrest me." The trooper walked up and motioned me to exit, asked her if she needed an ambulance. She declined, then asked me what had happened. I explained what I'd seen. He wrote everything down, then talked to her for a few minutes. He helped her out of the truck and into his car. She quietly thanked me for coming back because she thought that guy meant to kill her. As far as I know, she wasn't arrested. She was pretty beaten up, and the trooper spoke and handled her as if she were a victim of the assault. It was almost certainly a transaction, sex or drugs, that had gone very badly, which is why I think she believed she would be arrested. I never found out what happened. I watched the news outlets for that area for a while, but never found anything. So my name is Tucker, and people call me Tucker the Trucker, and I can't say that I hate it. I've been driving for almost 12 years. I'm 32, single, don't have any kids, so I tend to stay on the roads. Most of my driving is done at night, less traffic that way. But you always want to fill up in the evenings because 24-hour gas stations can get dicey at 3 a.m. If you'll excuse the pun, I prefer to keep trucking along. There's a particular stretch of highway I drive all the time. It's properly in the middle of nowhere and runs straight through a heavily wooded area. The shoulders are barely big enough for a car, let alone my truck, so I lived in constant fear of flat tires. Now, it's weird to think that such a little thing ever worried me. Last Wednesday was a normal, boring night until I got a call in the middle of that long stretch. There was an old SUV with its hood up, stopped diagonally across both lanes. One guy was standing next to it, waving me down, but I saw a second person ducking on the other side of the SUV. One of the first things you learn with life on the road is to beware of a stranded motorist as much as a hitchhiker. This one checked every red flag. Middle of the night, in the middle of the blocked road, in the middle of nowhere, with suspicious characters. And I don't mean the one that I saw trying to hide. My headlights hit the one waving me down, and he had the friendliest shit-eating grin I ever saw. And I'm from the South, so that's saying something. Trust me, someone in that situation wouldn't be happy. Stranded people are angry and or desperate, period. I've heard horror stories of truckers stopping to help someone and getting robbed or worse, so nothing was getting me out of that truck. I tried to dial 911 right then, let the cops handle whatever the situation turned out to be, but we were, surprise, surprise, also conveniently stopped in one of the highway's dead zones. When I got a little closer, I could see two more shadows, one on either side of the road, trying to get behind me. I'm always armed. You have to be in my line of work. But I still wasn't sticking around for a shootout if I could avoid it. I'd been slowing down, but Now there were at least 4 road pirates against just me, and it takes big trucks a second to get going. If they had weapons, I didn't stand much of a chance, so I made a split-second decision to keep going. I pulled as far into the shoulder as I could fit, but I still clipped the back of the SUV pretty good. Just a tip, if you ever find yourself in this situation, always aim for the back end. You never want to go head-on with an engine. Right before I made contact with the rear end, I saw the guy who'd been crouching behind it dive out of the way. He was wearing all black, with a hood pulled over his head. I didn't see where the grinning idiot went, but he was probably the one who shot at me. I don't know how many shots were actually fired because they started when the metal was still scraping, but it was at least 3. One came through the driver's side window and struck the windshield. I felt the wind on my cheek as it flew by. I almost swerved off the road, but managed to get back straight. 2 more shots hit the trailer as I sped off. I drove fast as I dared in case they tried to come after me. There was a second that I thought I saw lights behind me, but they were gone as fast as they appeared. I called the police about 2 miles later when I got service back. Later on, I was informed that they'd found the SUV abandoned in a ditch a little further up the road. It looks like they tried to drive it, but bailed when they realized how bad it was. The license plates were gone, and the VIN number was partially scratched off, but they were in a hurry and did a poor job. Cops traced it back to an elderly woman who lived next door to one of the suspects. She'd let him use her car in exchange for mowing the lawn and taking out the garbage. Last I heard, they made 3 arrests and are still looking for the last one. To start off, I'm not a superstitious person, or overly paranoid for that matter. I'm skeptical about ghosts and spirits and all that, but as I write this, regardless of what it was, I have chills. It was the fall of '98, and I'd been a truck driver for about 10 months. I was driving down a lonely stretch of 2-lane roads in central Louisiana. The sun was setting, and I hadn't passed a town in miles. The scenery was quiet, almost eerily so, with the trees casting long shadows across the road. It was one of those evenings where the world feels just a little off. That constant feeling like something's gonna happen. As I was driving, I noticed a hitchhiker up ahead. I thought to myself that I could use some company for a few miles and considered pulling over. But then something about the way he was dressed caught my eye. He looked like he was straight out of the 1950s, dressed like a greaser with a leather jacket, slicked back hair, everything. The whole scene felt like a snapshot from another era. What really unsettled me, though, was that the entire time I was approaching him, he kept his back to me. He never turned around, not once, and this all played over the span of just a couple minutes. But it felt longer, like time had slowed down. Suddenly, I was hit with a gut feeling that I shouldn't stop. I can't explain it, but every instinct screamed at me to keep going. So instead of pulling over, I swerved wide around the hitchhiker, giving him a wide berth. As I passed him, I glanced into my side mirror to check if I was clear, and that's when I saw it, or at least I think I did. Where his face should have been, there was nothing but an eyeless skull staring back at me. The image was so vivid and so chilling, it's burned into my memory. I'm not saying I actually saw it or that I know what it is. It could have been a mask, my imagination, trick of the light, but it scared me then, and it scares me now. He had clearly been hitchhiking, so what was his intention if it was a mask? And if it wasn't a mask, what the hell was it? My dad's a long-haul truck driver, and as much as he'd hoped that I'd follow in his footsteps, I chose a different path and decided to major in finance. This year I had to burst the bubble he'd built around the dream of his little girl one day growing up to drive trucks alongside him. To be fair, I never really gave him a reason to believe I'd go that route. I never showed any interest. On top of that, I had a pretty traumatizing experience, the one and only time I agreed to go on a short trip with him. That was 6 years ago, during my freshman year of high school, and it still haunts me. It was the end of my 8th grade summer when my dad told me he was picking up a shipping container to deliver to Buffalo, New York. He wanted me to come along. At first, I declined, but then he sweetened the deal by offering a trip to New York City afterwards to buy new school clothes. After some quick back and forth in my mind, I agreed, which made him over the moon. My dad's a good guy, but was he the most devoted dad growing up? Not really. His career rarely allowed him to be at home, but we had fun when he was. My mom carried the weight of raising 3 kids on her own for weeks at a time, which brought its own stresses. But somehow, she and their marriage survived. I guess I get it. Society expects you to go out and be the breadwinner, but each time you leave, your child grows a little more without your presence. So, what's a father if he's unable to be a father figure? Or, I guess the same for a mother. Anyways, in my case, my dad's a pretty decent guy named John, and even though he may smell a little like diesel sometimes, I'm still glad that he's my dad. That's why I decided to spend a week of my summer with him. It was early in our trip, maybe the second night on the road. My dad was pulling the truck up a steep incline. The engine struggled with every inch of the climb, and through the black landscape ahead, both of us noticed a soft orange glow just over the hill. I had my window rolled down, and the smell of burning gasoline and rubber filled the cab. My dad slowed the truck even more, pumping the brakes as we prepared for whatever was coming. But before we reached the top of the hill, a woman suddenly ran out from the darkness into our headlights. She was waving her arms and screaming, "My baby is still in the car." My dad stopped the truck in the middle of the road, and we both jumped out, running the last 20 yards up the hill. When we reached the accident, the car was wrapped around a tree and fully engulfed in flames. The fire had already spread to the tree branches above. There was no way that we could have saved the baby. The fire had been raging for a while by the time we got there. When my dad pulled out his phone to call 911, I looked around and realized the woman who had flagged us down was gone. Less than an hour later, fire trucks arrived, and my dad moved the truck. Once the fire was out, they found the remains of 2 people. I'd never really been someone who thought too much about the paranormal, but after that, and to this day, I'm convinced the woman I saw was a ghost. And as sad as it is, I think I do believe when the baby perished in the fire, they were reunited. And that's why the woman disappeared. She had no reason to stay. She had her baby again. A friend of mine actually shared that theory with me a few years later, and it's what I like to believe happened. Still, it doesn't erase the trauma of the night. Even now, the smell of burning rubber instantly takes me back to the passenger seat of my dad's truck. And that, in part, is why I'm majoring in finance. This is probably my spookiest story from the road, and to this day I still have no idea what the fuck I saw. So I was in the Virginia, Maryland area, and I had a lot of work-related sites ranging from downtown Baltimore to Virginia Beach and all around. Friday wrapped up and I hit the road to some social arrangements that I'd made for the weekend. I spent the weekend with friends out in various parts of Virginia, got dragged off to other places even further out, the usual weekend fun times. It's late Sunday when I have to leave, or I'm not going to be able to get home in time to start my thankfully late afternoon Monday. I'm fully rested. I didn't do any drinking. I'm not into drugs. I'm on the highway at about 3 a.m. in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, between Roanoke and D.C. Absolutely nobody is around. I'm cruising along in the left lane simply because nobody else is around. No headlights for the past hour. No taillights either. No road lamps. It's dark. It's mildly damp. It's foggy. I have the music up. I'm feeling good. All is fine. And then I just happen to look to the left, and there's a fucking dog barking at me. A German Shepherd in a car passenger seat. Somewhat blue glow from the instruments inside the car, and it's got its face to the window, and it's barking its head off at me. I got a good hard look at it too, because at first my brain is not registering cop car dummy. I'm doing 90 in a 75. I promptly have an oh shit moment when the dog, the instruments, the white Crown Vic light bar all click in my brain after a second hard look. I put my foot on the brakes and I start slowing down hard but safe to pull over. I even put my blinker on to start shifting lanes over to the right to pull over because, wait, there's no shoulder on the left side of this road. I look back to my left where there's still no shoulder or room for another car, and it's just gone. No trace. I slammed my brakes and stopped in the middle of the fucking highway. Flipped on all my light bars. I even looked around with my handheld spot. There was nothing. No tail lights, no headlights, no engine sounds, nothing. There are no other tire marks in the damp but mine, and I can see for a nice long distance both ways too. Nothing. My vehicle had great visibility and a lot of extra lighting. There's no possible way someone pulled a sneaky, let alone drove that fast on wet sloped grass and rocks on my left side. So, there you have it. Ghost cop and his dog didn't like me speeding, apparently. My dad has several stories from hauling logs in Idaho and driving trucks through Utah and Nevada. But my favorite is actually from his days just driving his pickup truck through Utah. He said that there was a light keeping pace with him out in the desert on a moonless night. It kept pace for a minute before it disappeared, and then his truck turned off. He was stopped. He turned it back on and pulled off at the next diner. The folks in the diner called it a common occurrence. I always liked that one. Now the creepiest one is when he was hauling logs in Idaho and was coming down from Coeur d'Alene area during a snowy winter night. He was putting on chains before heading down steep grade and said that all of the hair stood up on his body. It felt like there was something watching him. Halfway down the switchbacks, he saw a large figure standing on a 20-foot tall embankment. As he got closer, it jumped down and then leaped over to the other side of the embankment. At the time, he thought that it was a Sasquatch. Now, he says it was probably a demon trying to make him crash. He didn't stop to remove the chains until he was well away from the mountain. I've been driving a rig for a little over 3 years now, but I'm currently looking for some new work. Some people enjoy the lifestyle, but it's just not for me. I grew up in a city where the only thing you had to worry about were the other people, robberies, murderers, and the like. But when you're driving through open roads in the middle of nowhere, there are much worse concerns. Concerns I never considered when I took the job. Most of the time, the worst you'll encounter are poor drivers and traffic jams. But I recently drove through the night in order to finish a haul before my kid's birthday. To be fair, I did make it back for his party, just not without a price. It was well past 1 a.m. on a long stretch of highway when I had a back tire blow out on the passenger side. Huge strips of rubber were on the road, and I had just come around a curve. I couldn't leave it there for someone to hit, so I pulled over, grabbed a flashlight. I was more annoyed than anything. It's just exactly my type of luck. Once the rubber was off the road, I dug out all of the tire tools and got to work. Right when I got the old one off, I started hearing something big moving around in the woods behind me. At first, I ignored it, but as it got closer, I realized it was something on two legs. We don't have bears around here. That made me think it was a human, which meant fuck that tire. I threw my tools into the cab and then retrieved the safety triangles. As I ran back, I could hear the footsteps just inside the tree line, running with me. I screamed that I had a gun, even though I didn't. Not that it did any good. When I stopped to jump into the driver's seat, I saw what had been chasing me in a small opening between the trees. It was inhumanly big. Its head was at least 9 feet high, and its shoulders were the width of 2 linebackers. Shit, maybe 3, I don't know. It only stopped to look at me for a split second. Once I was inside the cab, it continued running forward. I got the rig moving as fast as she could go, but within a few hundred yards, it darted into the road. I only caught a glimpse of it as it charged towards the passenger door. It all happened so fast. It was on all fours now. I know its body was the size of a brown bear, but its body was jet black, and its head was more like a wolf's. The ears and the snout were long and pointed, and it was bearing huge fangs. I can't really pinpoint what was strange about its teeth. It's like there were more than there should have been, but I swerved so fast that it all seemed to blur together. It slammed into the back of my cab so hard that I thought it must be dead, but it flew back into the woods like it hadn't felt a thing. There was a second I didn't know if I was going to be able to straighten the rig out, but once I did, I didn't stop until I made it to town. By then, I'd begun to question everything. Did I really see what I think I saw? Did I even get a flat tire? Was I just that overworked and overstressed? But then I got out and saw the damage. There had definitely been a flat, and something had definitely hit my truck. There was a huge dent in the side like it had been hit with a wrecking ball. The insurance claim says it was a deer because what the hell else was I supposed to say? A giant wolf-bear monster attacked me? Nah, I have enough problems, thank you very much. This is the only place that I've told the truth, and it's the only place I intend to ever share it. Maybe now I can stop obsessing over it. One thing is for sure, I haven't driven at night since, and I don't think I ever will. A good friend of mine told me this story years ago. He's the stereotypical old big bad trucker. I've seen some weird stuff with him while driving in South Texas along the border. He never batted an eye, but while telling me this story, he had goosebumps and a concerned expression, which from this guy is about the equivalent of a trembling lip. I'll tell this story in the first person as he told it to me. Years ago in the late 90s, I was on my way from the house in Central Texas, heading to Laredo to pick up a load. It was early morning, around 4 or 5. I had just come off a string of days at home, so I know I wasn't tired. I'm on one of those 2-lane winding roads in the absolute middle of bumfuck nowhere when I see something on the side of the road at the edge of my high beams. At first, I just thought it was roadkill, as it's usually the case. As I get closer, I see that it is roadkill, and there's something crouched over the deer carcass. I remember thinking either this guy's taking the antlers as a trophy, or he's fucking sick. As I got closer, still, I can see now that this guy's eating the fucking deer. He's pulling chunks of meat from the stomach, bringing them to his face. At this point, he stops mid-motion and looks up at me. Not at my truck, but at me. He or it stands up, and that's when I see it's fucking huge, brown, and covered in hair. I remember thinking at this point, oh fuck, this thing is standing on the tiny shoulder, looking at me. By this point, maybe 3 seconds have passed, and I'm about to the point in the road that he's standing at. I didn't even think of stopping. In fact, I'm starting to lay on it and get the hell out of there. As I'm passing it, it's looking at me. Again, not at the truck. It's looking through the driver's side windshield at me. He obviously has the intelligence to know that there's a driver in here and knows where I'm sitting. As I passed it, I could still see its head above the hood of my needle-nose Pete, an old truck design where the hood goes straight out from the windshield, known for being tall and difficult to see around. This thing was a fucking giant. I don't know if it makes sense, but I remember seeing human intelligence in its eyes. It scares the shit out of me. Sorry for the wall of text, but I figure it's a story worth sharing. When I was a probationary constable, I was on patrol with a senior constable in South Australia. We received a noise complaint of a party in an old derelict building on the outskirts of the city. As we approached, there was a man standing, waving us down. From the car, the noise was deafening, concert loud. This is a heritage-listed home built circa 1700s, and the windows were all covered by boards, and the lighting came through the cracks. The whole property had a 2-meter fence with barbed wire atop. As we could find no way in, the fire department called for help. 30 minutes later, with more backup to catch the possible squatters living in the house, everyone was in position to make entry. 3, 2, 1. Ground floor breached, officers yelling their presence. The house thrust into darkness, and no one was there. No one but us. 20 members of the emergency services, staring at each other. Most had confused looks. Next shift, I was informed that the house with the party was indeed over 100 years old and had been sealed for over 40 years after a party guest was killed, and the house was deemed unsafe as the cause of death was unknown. The house was never connected to or built for electricity, yet on that night, over 20 professional people heard loud music from the 80s, and through the cracks, saw the lighting of a modern-day disco. To this day, my friends and I still don't know what it was, and we definitely don't talk about it. But thanks for letting me share. Working in border towns, there's a lot of highways and ranches, and at night it gets dark. I'm talking about the type of darkness where you can't see your hand in front of your face. So one night I'm driving along the highway, and the only source of light is the one coming from my high beams, so I don't mistakenly run over any animals. About 150 meters in front of me, I see a man run across the highway and jump into the ranch. Next, I pull over to the area that I had last seen the man, and I turn on my flashlight to scan the area. While looking, all that I was thinking was it smelled horrible, like something had died. I brushed it off as normal because there's all types of wildlife and things to die. After about 5 minutes of scanning, I'd seen the man laying down with his hoodie covering his head, hiding behind some bushes. I identify myself as law enforcement and command him in English and Spanish to stand up because I see him, but he doesn't budge an inch. I get a little closer to the man, grab his shoulder, and turn him around. And that's when I jumped and gasped in disbelief because the man was deceased. Very deceased. When the coroner arrived, they said the man had been dead for nearly a day or two. So there's no way that he had died when I'd seen him cross the road. This ultimately led me to believe that the man's spirit wanted me to find his body, and he did. I don't think he wanted to be unidentified or missing any longer. I responded to a call with another unit in a fairly new neighborhood. The call was sketchy and vague and classified as a disturbing the peace call. Upon arrival, the other officer and I knocked on the door, which was answered by a slightly sheepish guy in his 30s. He was well-dressed with a conservative haircut. He said he was having a problem with hearing voices in his house. Our initial feeling was that this was a normal person who was not experiencing any kind of mental breakdown. So our next step was to investigate where the voices might be coming from. His house was not connected to his neighbors' houses, and there was no obvious problems with loud radios, TVs, or outside influences. The guy was very thoughtful and open to any suggestions we made for explaining the voices, but we were stumped. We asked him if he heard the voices now, and he said no. He added that the voices were not always there, and had stopped just after he called on this occasion. He said that they started soon after he moved in, and at first assumed they were from loud neighbors. After he continued to hear them at odd hours, in times when the neighbors were not home, he became worried. As he's explaining, suddenly we hear someone talking. It sounds like they're saying, "What's going on?" I look at my partner. He heard it too. We look at the guy who's staring at us, waiting for our reaction. And then he asks, "Did you hear it?" We tell him we're pretty sure we did. So we do another sweep of the house. Still, we find nothing. He admitted that he didn't think the police could help, but he had no one else to call. After we felt that we'd investigated every source that we possibly could, we had to tell him that we couldn't help. We actually felt bad because we didn't have any solution to offer him. As the other officer and I were walking back to our cars, we just looked at each other as if to say, that was spooky. A few months later, I drove through the neighborhood and noted a sold sign on his front lawn. I guess he found a solution on his own. I, along with several other people that I've worked with, have had unexplained experiences. One in particular sticks in my mind. One afternoon, we had an old couple in a nicer neighborhood die. It was a murder-suicide. The husband had terminal cancer, and the wife was bad off with dementia. He laid her down on some plastic in the living room and shot her and then himself. He left a note, but it was kind of rambling and hard to make anything out of it. Several months and a cleanup later, a young couple bought the house at a really cheap price. It had sat on the market for about 9 months, so they came in low and got the house. About 3 weeks later, the wife called in the middle of the night, saying that someone was in the house upstairs. We all show up, clear the house, and find nothing. Both parents and both children all said the same story. They saw a dark figure walk from the hallway into a room. The same thing happened every night for the rest of the week. It got to the point where the entire family wouldn't go upstairs, and the lights stayed on 24/7. Eventually, the family got tired of living in fear, so they went to stay with the family for a bit. They asked that we keep an eye on the house, which in all honesty, we'd already been doing because who wouldn't want to see a ghost, right? They gave us access to their house, permission to enter if necessary. Late one night, I was driving by, hopped out of my car to check on things, when I saw someone walk by the upstairs window, and then the light in that room turned off. I called up my partner, and we made entry into the house. The feeling inside was awful. You knew something wasn't right. The air just felt depressed. Kind of like the feeling you get at a funeral home, but times 10. We searched downstairs and made sure that nobody could come in or out. We weren't real happy about going upstairs, but it was our job, so we did it. Let me tell you, upstairs felt disgusting and oppressive. Imagine how it feels when you're in a swimming pool. You try to run or move quickly through the water, but it's really restrictive, so you can't. That's the best way to describe the feeling. All of a sudden, the same room whose light I saw turn off, turned back on. Creepy. We went into the room and nothing. As a matter of fact, not a single person was in the whole house. This was years before body cameras were a thing, so a lot of us made it a common practice to carry pocket-sized digital recorders in our pockets to protect ourselves and offer as evidence should we need to. On reviewing our recording, we could hear talking that wasn't either my partner or I. Our voices were easily discernible, and the other voice definitely wasn't ours. Nor was it really loud enough or clear enough to make out what it was saying, but it was obvious that it was there. It would have been like if someone was in another room talking, and you could pick up the conversation, but couldn't make out the words. Neither of us heard the talking when we were there in person. Made your hair stand on end, gave you chills to hear it. To this day, it vividly stands out in my mind, even though that was very early on in my career. I'm not exactly sure if this is paranormal, but I did have one moment that I can only explain as non-religious awe at witnessing what the soul of a person looks like. We, as EMTs and paramedics, accompany death all the time. We're present as we treat people who die in the midst of treatment, and we switch to resuscitation protocols and carry on, or we arrive on scene to find people who are clinically dead and occasionally resuscitate them to being clinically alive, sometimes even to the point of consciousness and responsiveness. But I had one patient whose death impacted me in a way that changed my life. He was assaulted in the restroom of a porn theater. He was viciously sexually assaulted, stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen, and several of his fingers were cut off to steal his rings. We weren't far from the hospital, so we scooped him up and took off. I was treating him en route, starting 2 large bore IVs, sealing up the pneumothorax, dressing the other wounds, etc., keeping up the professional babble, something like, "It's going to be okay. We're headed to the best trauma center in the area. You hold on now. Okay? You just keep breathing. Slow and deep. We've got this. You just hold on for me. You're doing great. Blah, blah." Suddenly, he grabbed my arm and said, "Please stop. I'm scared. I don't want to die alone. Just hold my hand, please." I will never forget that. I was stunned. I stopped, sat on the bench, and held his hand. His eyes locked with mine, and as he took several agonal breaths, I watched his eyes change. 1 second, he was human, and then, inexplicably, he was not. I know that for anyone who's seen the eyes of a dead person, you can recognize them for what they were. But I've never been consciously present with a patient in that fraction of a moment when their eyes, the windows to the soul, emptied, and that person ceased to exist. It was scary and awesome, in the true sense of the word, and a sense of horror to accompany him as he left. I simply will never find the words to express that feeling. It kind of shook me because I'd gotten into this line of work after my mom died. I was never raised with religion or any kind of faith in something bigger than us. When a person died, their body decomposed, and only memories of them kept them alive. But now I wondered, was my mom somewhere out there in the ether? Did her soul still exist somewhere? When I dreamed of her, was her presence real? So that experience changed my life, made me question so much about death and life, where one begins and the other ends. Is it paranormal? I don't know. I was a home health nurse for many years. When we had to see a new patient, we had a ridiculous amount of information to gather. Thankfully, the company gave us new laptops, so it wasn't so bad. This particular patient needed wound care on his foot and IV therapy. When I finally found his house, I pulled into his driveway, sat there for a few minutes. I had that feeling like someone was watching me. I sat there for a couple minutes thinking that I didn't want to go into his house. But I gathered my stuff and went to the door. My patient answered the door and let me in. It was a ranch home with an open concept kitchen, living room, and dining room. My patient was barefoot except his wound dressing. He went into the kitchen to wash his hands as I set up my computer and things at the dining table. I sat with my back to the living room. As I was starting up my laptop, I heard someone in heavy shoes walk down the hallway across the hardwood floors from the bedroom and then stop behind me. I had the feeling that they were standing directly behind me. I turned around to introduce myself, but no one was there. I turned around the other way and still saw no one. I looked around to see if there was a doorway that I hadn't seen. I started to feel like, what the fuck? I know someone was there. I could feel it. My patient was watching me and chuckling. He said, "What's the matter?" I said, "Oh, nothing. I thought I heard someone walk up behind me." He still had a grin on his face and he asked me, "Are you a sensitive?" I said, "Well, kind of. Why?" He said, "Do ghosts bother you? If they do, you don't have to do this." I politely said, "No, I'm okay. Why?" All the while, my patient is still grinning. He said, "We have a ghost. You don't have to be scared. He's friendly, but he does like to screw with people." He also was into computers, so he might be wanting to see what you're doing. He's kind of protective, but I think he'll be okay with you. He's a friend of mine. I rented this place off of him and his wife. He was into construction and was always over here fixing things and hanging out with me. We had a problem with the roof. He was up there 2 years ago fixing it. He'd been up and down ladders all of his life. We don't know what happened, but he lost his balance, getting off the roof onto the ladder, and fell head first onto the driveway. We called 911 and did what we could. They life-flighted him, but they said he was gone when they landed. They kept him on life support until family came into town. I don't think he knows he's dead because he never left. He's still here. We hear him walking around on the roof, in the basement, or in the house. Things move. Tools go missing. He had his heavy work boots on. You can hear him walking real easy. He always said that he wanted to die with his boots on, and he did. While he was talking, I had the strongest feeling of someone in my face, like looking over my shoulder at my computer. I told him this, and he said he was probably just wanting to check out the laptop, see what I was doing. I shrugged my shoulders and said, "Okay, well, let's do this." I was kind of intrigued, so I figured that I would just treat him like any other family member. I could feel him next to me, so strongly. I turned to where I could feel him and introduced myself, explained my laptop, and what I was going to do. As soon as I turned my attention to my patient, it felt like someone kicked my chair on the leg, so hard that it shifted a few inches. My patient laughed and said, "I told you he screws with people." This continued through the whole visit. I never felt threatened during this, but it's not something I wanted to do again. That was the last time I saw that patient. My dad worked in security. I got into it after he passed. One night I was called on my night off. They needed someone to go fill in on another site. I'd never worked the site before, but hey, overtime. I accepted. It was one of my dad's old sites. So it's 0200. I'm doing my rounds. I enter one of the buildings, and I think I see someone moving up ahead. It's 0200, and the building is locked. There shouldn't be anyone in there. I quietly close the door behind me and creep up for a closer look. At the end of the hall is a security guard, which is odd as I'm the only guard on duty at the time. So I'm eyeing this guy, and I notice the uniform. It's for a company that doesn't exist anymore. In fact, it's for the company my dad worked for when he was at this site. So it hits me that this is my dad. I'm standing there, watching him. He's apparently doing a round of the building that I'm patrolling. I watch him. He looks directly at me, as if he could see me. He looks at me for about 30 seconds or so, and then he turns the corner. I ran to catch up with him, but he was gone. Almost 2 years later, I still swear I actually saw him that night. I don't know if it was a ghost, if I was hallucinating because it was one of his old posts and I was emotional, or if maybe somehow time loops exist and I actually saw him working the site in the past. I honestly don't know, but every time I have a night off and they can't find anyone to fill in, I jump at it, no longer for the overtime, but with the hope that whatever happened that first time happens again. I've filled in over 20 times there since that encounter, and I haven't seen anything since. I have no idea what stretch of highway it actually is, but about 3 or 4 years ago, just before the pandemic, my boyfriend and I were driving back to Portland from Reno. It was probably around sunset, so not even fully dark, not fully light either. We turned around a bend in the road, and we saw, coming head-on, a semi-truck. It looked like it was in our lane. It looked real. Completely caught off guard and terrified, my boyfriend swerves into the other lane, which would be otherwise oncoming traffic, to avoid this semi-truck. Before he can even fully make it into the other lane and we get closer, it just disappears. There was no sound, no wind. Everything other than us now being on the other side of the road was normal. My boyfriend quickly corrected himself to get to the right side of the road. I turn my head. He looks in the rear view. Nothing. No truck. No anyone. In 91, I was 6 and living with my father and stepmother. Every other weekend, they would drive me 2 hours to meet my mother at a halfway point for the trade-off. One week, Mom couldn't get off work, and Dad got food poisoning, so my stepmom, Brenda, was left to drive me the whole way. Mom was a waitress, so we timed it to arrive when she'd be getting off at 10, but we never made it. Just past where we normally would have met, we had to get on the interstate. But the on and off ramps weren't like normal ones. The direction they were pointed made them seem backwards to anyone who wasn't used to the area. Lots of accidents happened before they fixed it because so many people would go the wrong way. Just like Brenda. She wasn't familiar with the area at all and turned up the off-ramp. As we came to the final curve, we collided head-on with a huge truck, and an SUV crashed into its rear end. I was in the back seat and briefly knocked unconscious. When I woke, the truck's front tires were through the windshield, and Brenda's head was gone. There was only a fountain of red rushing over the remaining mangled mass below her shoulders. I was trapped inside for almost an hour while the fire department used the jaws of life to pry open the door. I was surrounded by people trying to communicate with me, but I was wholly focused on Brenda. I couldn't have talked even if I had noticed them. I also don't remember screaming, but everyone said I never stopped. I didn't feel pain or realize my legs were trapped under the front passenger seat either, but both were broken in multiple places. They said I didn't notice because of the shock. I didn't have a full grasp on death before the wreck. but I instinctively understood it once I saw what was left of Brenda. I didn't have all the right words for everything, but she was just clearly no more. She was gone. I had to have surgery that night. When I woke, both my parents were there. It was the first time I ever saw my father cry, but there were many more to follow. My parents didn't get back together, but my dad moved 10 minutes away from my mom's house, so he could help with my recovery. When I finally left the hospital, I still had months of physical therapy to endure. The pain is what I remember most. The rest is just a collage of fuzzy memories. Physically, my recovery took about a year. Mentally, well, if you listen to my therapist, it's still a work in progress. But the nightmares mostly stopped in my mid-20s, and surprisingly, talking about it does help. I would always dream about a zombie version of Brenda's head appearing in my lap, staring up at me. Sometimes it was in school. Sometimes it was in the rec or at the dinner table. Overall, I'm lucky to be alive. Kids riding in the front seat wasn't an uncommon occurrence in those days, and I typically did it all the time. But Brenda, she insisted that I sit in the back. Had I not been in the back, there's no way I would have survived. These days, I'm what you call a granny driver, and proud of it. The security company I worked for had a contract with a construction company as they renovated the cafeteria of a high school. We set up a little shack on the property, then connected a bunch of cameras in strategic positions all around the building that would feed back to the shack. Then, every hour, I'd walk the premises with my flashlight. It was a pretty good gig. The high school was out in the suburbs and in a nice neighborhood. I think it was a private school. There was a lot of money sunk into the architecture of this building, and there was a family of deer that would eat bread if I threw it to them. I bought 1 million loaves at the gas station and probably overfed those deer while I was there, but you gotta entertain yourself somehow. Because it was such a nice neighborhood, my boss only assigned 1 guard per shift, and usually this was great. I'd use the time to read or play my Game Boy, but the last week I was there, an incident happened that really freaked me out. I'd been out walking, making my rounds. It's a hot summer night, and I'm waiting for my deer friends to arrive. I stood there with my loaf of bread in hand, tossing slices like a frisbee into the field, when one of the alarms starts ringing. I didn't have to check the security cameras to see where the disturbance had come from, because when I turned to start going towards the shack, I saw that one of the library windows had been opened all the way. The windows on this library are big, and they move like a garage door. I shine my flashlight towards the window and catch someone halfway hiding behind the curtains. Their legs up to their shins were completely visible. They were wearing black pants and were barefoot. When the light hits the long white curtains that partially concealed him, he took off running into the dark library. My adrenaline spikes and my hands start shaking. This is my first real pursuit. I trained in kickboxing and could run marathons back in those days. I wasn't afraid that I couldn't catch him. I was afraid that he'd have a weapon on him when I did. All I could do was chase after him, screaming at him to stop and that I'm permitted to use the gun that I've been issued to deal with trespassers. I was bluffing on the gun part, or permitted pepper spray, handcuffs, and a baton. I'm forced to abandon the loaf of bread and grab the extendable metal beating stick from my belt while holding my flashlight with the other. Then I run through the curtains into the library. Exit signs are the only source of light besides what I have. There's too many places to hide in a library. I listened for running feet, but the library was silent. He couldn't have run so far out of ear's range that fast. The walls and floors just beyond the library are made of large granite stone and bricks. I should have been able to hear what direction he was running with how he bolted. Thinking that he's most likely hiding behind one of the many bookshelves, I cautiously work my way up to the front of the library and flick on the lights. but the electricity is turned off due to construction. I pan my flashlight across the library, left and right, and I see him again. This time he's standing behind a shelf that reaches chest level. He ducks down and knocks a few books onto the ground. He's too fast for me to get a description of what he looked like besides an eerie, pale white face, with what I thought was a black sleep mask covering his eyes. When I get to the row of shelves, he's no longer behind them. He's crawled a few rows down. My flashlight spots his legs crawling behind them, and I rush after. But somehow, in the brief moment, my light isn't on him. When I go around the books, he's gone. My arm hair stands on end, and it's hard to control my breathing. It feels like I'm going to hyperventilate. Then the gears holding the window in place start to click faster and faster, and the whole thing comes crashing down with a boom that shakes the floor. The glass shatters into pieces on the floor. Instantly after the crash, I heard bare feet running through the commons behind me. As the footsteps echoed away, I ran the opposite direction, back through the window and straight to the shack. None of our cameras were inside the school, so I switched back and forth between the perimeter cams, looking for the guy, but nothing turned up. I spent the next hour dreading having to go out again. The alarm is still ringing in the distance, and I start to think it's not hooked up to anything because nobody's shown up to inspect it. None of my bosses are answering their phones. The best thing I can think to do is go take pictures of the broken window. When I return to the library, the bent metal window frame is once again in a locked position, wide open. Seeing this breaks my last nerve of courage, and I run back to the shack and lock myself in until I'm relieved of my position. When my coworker arrives around 2:50, I see his car headlights pull into the property. I have the door open and ready for him to come in. The company belt's sitting on the desk, waiting to be strapped on by the next protector of this construction site. When I walk outside, the alarm is no longer ringing, and I leave without telling him about the library. All day I'm expecting to get a call where I have to explain what happened to their big expensive window. But the day goes by and nobody calls. Another goes by and no phone calls. I'm supposed to return for another shift the next night. I'm obviously anxious getting there, terrified by any sound I'd hear outside the shack. I skipped my first couple of scheduled walks, but willed myself to get out there at least once. My legs were hurting from sitting and I needed to stretch anyway. I gather my things and remember to take the camera. Maybe it hasn't been seen yet. I didn't know how thorough the other security guards are on their walks, though I couldn't believe anyone would have missed it. I walk through the grass instead of the concrete walkway in hopes to mute my footsteps from I don't know who. I'm disappointed when I don't see the deer in the field, but I notice the loaf of bread I dropped is gone. Around the corner, I lift the camera up to my eye. The garage-style windows closed this time. Then I put the camera down again. The window in front of me was now fixed. My astonishment led me to walk up to the glass and knock on it. It wasn't my imagination. What I was looking at was real. A window of its size and specifics. It couldn't have been ordered and replaced in 2 days. What could this mean? I really don't know. My grandmother had dementia. Could it be possible I had an episode at 40? I wasn't contacted about it either, and a discovery like that would have definitely warranted some sort of check-in. I got on the computer and pulled up the alarms program. It keeps an automatic record of its activations. But it didn't have any inputs from that night. I got real close to the glass, peered in with my flashlight. The library was exactly how I remembered it being. The scene played out in my head like a movie. I could almost watch it playing out in front of me. All the way up until my flashlight moves over to where the man had ducked behind the shelves, and I saw that the books were lying on the floor from where they'd fallen previously. A A foreboding energy filled my body, and I stepped away from the window. The rest of the night and that week, I didn't go to that side of the school. I'd make a C shape around that property, pretending that that corner didn't exist until we were done. My best friend Renee in the 4th grade didn't have what you'd call a good home life. Her mom and dad were always at the bar, so we had full reign over her house the majority of the time. As 4th graders, we weren't having big parties yet, but we were watching movies we shouldn't have been and eating entirely too many sweets for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Then something freaky happened that made me never stay the night there again. It was just after midnight and we're in Renee's living room watching a movie. I was lounging on the couch with the ottoman while Renee was laying on the long sofa. I'm getting pretty sleepy and starting to doze off, my head resting on the arm of the couch, and out of the corner of my eye, I see Renee do a weird whole-body jitter on the sofa, like she had a bug on her or something. So I turn my head and actually look in her direction. As I do, I see her body roll off the sofa onto the floor. She didn't put up her hands to brace herself and smacked her head on the edge of the coffee table going down. At first, I just looked at her, waiting to see if she was joking. But I knew, joking or not, that meeting with the coffee table was not planned. Then she starts convulsing. That's when I got up and ran over to her. I got on my knees and rolled her onto her back. The expression on her face was terrifying. Blood was trickling from the wound on her forehead, and her eyes were rolled back to their whites. Seeing all of this made me quickly diagnose. That's a big cut. That's a lot of blood. Is what she's having a seizure? Being in 4th grade, the only other time I'd seen anything about seizures, it was diabetes. Renee didn't have one of those medical bracelets, and I was about to start running through the house, trying to find one of those big EpiPens to stab her with. And then I thought, no, let's call 911. The house phone's located on the side table next to the couch that I was on, but when I turned from Renee and tried to get up, her hand grabbed the back of my ankle. Her grip pulled me back down to my knees. I turned to look at her. She's now sitting straight up. Then she turns to look at me, but her back remained stiff as a board. Her head rotated slowly to face me, and with her eyes still rolled in the back of her head, I was paralyzed with fear. I started hysterically screaming at her to let go of my leg. Her nails were digging into my skin, and the pain felt like teeth tearing at the back of my ankle. I tried kicking her hand off my leg, but her strength wouldn't even let me lift it off the ground. Renee's nose starts to bleed a steady stream down her chin and onto her shirt. I'm looking at her, and I can see that her lips are moving, so I stop screaming to hear what she's saying. Mind you, her eyes still haven't left the back of her skull, but what she starts saying was by far the most disturbing part of any of this. I was terrified beyond belief, but up until this point, I thought this still could have been a seizure she was experiencing. I was more afraid for what we were both going through. But she wasn't shaking anymore, and when she started talking, it was like she was whispering a joke to herself in a really deep voice, then a quiet chuckle. Seeing her giggling to herself while I'm crying my eyes out really upset me. I thought, is she messing with me right now? How did she have this much strength in her hands to maintain such a tight grip? Then she gets louder. What she was saying, it didn't even sound like English. The voice I was hearing, it didn't sound like Renee's voice. I could hear 2 different tones coming from her speech. Her body didn't move when she exhaled with a final, loud, deep laugh. Then, Renee closes her eyes and falls backwards onto the ground, letting go of my leg. Right when I felt her fingers let go, I pulled my leg back and stretched for the house phone that I previously couldn't get to. While I'm on the phone with 911, Renee's parents get home drunk from the bar, Dawn and Arlette. When they stumble in the door, they're in a fight, yelling back and forth louder than I am on the phone. They either didn't notice or didn't care that someone else was screaming inside their house. They were so focused on each other, Dawn almost kicked Renee in the face as he was stepping around the living room. But when he saw Renee all bloody and stretched out over the floor, he started screaming again and swoops up her limp body off the ground. He hollers for Arlette to call 911. Then he sees me already on the phone. Arlette runs out of the kitchen going, What? While Dawn starts yelling in my direction, asking what happened. Now I'm in a ball on the floor screaming back that I don't know. Dawn tells Arlette they need to take Renee to the emergency room. As Dawn runs back out the front door with Renee in his arms, Arlette is staring daggers at me with squinted eyes. She points her finger at me and says, "What did you do, you little bitch?" She shakes her head at me like she's disappointed, then turns and follows in Dawn's route back to the car. With the front door left wide open, I watch their car back out of the driveway and pull off into the darkness. I was left alone, and that sudden realization took the remaining composure I'd been trying to maintain during the conversation with the 911 operator. They were still on the phone. They heard over the call and still sent an ambulance out to take me to the hospital to get checked out. They called my parents, bandaged up the scratches on my leg. I could hear Renee's parents intoxicated, arguing somewhere further down in the hospital. When my parents came to pick me up, I told them everything and begged them to hide me when we walked through the ER waiting room. But my dad said that I wouldn't have to worry about that. He saw both parents passed out on chairs, snoring by the vending machine. When we did exit, we still made sure to get out fast. And that was it. Renee was back at school on Monday and couldn't remember anything that happened. She acted completely normal. When she invited me over after school, I made an excuse and continued to do that until she eventually stopped asking. I was still nice to her at school, but I think she got the hint. If she really didn't remember anything, even though I don't know how you couldn't, especially having to go to the hospital and stuff, like no memory of anything, and now you're just fine. No, I'm sorry. Renee did turn out normal. We were classmates until she moved during high school. Different friend groups, but she was a normal girl. As it was all happening, I thought to myself, dang, I'm never going to forget this. It's hands down the scariest thing I've ever witnessed. Back when I was driving solo, I found myself in Memphis, Tennessee, waiting for a delivery to be unloaded. The receiver took his sweet time, 7 hours to be exact, leaving me stuck there long enough for my clock to run out. With no other option, I had to drive over to West Memphis and park at the TA Petro for my 10-hour reset. By the time I arrived, the lot was almost full, and the only spot left was the farthest, darkest corner. It wasn't exactly the kind of place you'd choose to park if you had a choice, but I didn't. I grabbed my dog, Noodles, and we headed out for a quick restroom break. As we walked, I noticed a man standing at the back of a trailer, just lingering there. Something about him made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was an unease to him. I wasn't about to stick around and find out what his deal was. I hurried Noodles, practically pulling him back to the truck, and once we were safely inside, I locked the doors. After a few minutes, I decided to head to the store and grab some dinner. I figured a good meal might settle my nerves. As I walked, I suddenly heard footsteps behind me. When I glanced back, my stomach dropped. It was the same man from the trailer. He was trailing behind me, keeping pace no matter how much I tried to lose him by taking different paths. My pulse quickened. I wasn't exactly scared yet, just unnerved. When I finally made it inside the store, the place was packed. People everywhere, the noise, the bustle. I thought I'd feel safer with the crowd around, so I snagged a seat at the bar before someone else could take it. I ordered my food and tried to relax, but halfway through my meal, nature called. I told the waitress I wasn't finished. I'd be back in a minute. But when I returned, something wasn't right. My fork, which I always placed on the left side of my plate because I'm left-handed, was now on the right. That uneasy feeling in my gut returned, but with vengeance. I looked around the room, scanning for the man who had followed me, but he was nowhere to be seen. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but everything in me was screaming that something had been done to my food. I flagged down the waitress, still standing behind my chair, and I asked if she'd messed with my food. She shook her head, confused, and when I asked if she saw anyone else touch it, she told me she was too busy to notice. My heart was racing as she went to get the manager. When he came over, I told him about the man who had been following me, how he disappeared when I walked inside, and now this strange switch with my utensils. The manager's face grew serious. He offered me a new meal and moved me to a seat closer to the office. Then he excused himself, saying he needed to check something. A few minutes later, he returned, sat down across from me, his expression grave as he spoke. I looked through the camera feed, he said, and a man did approach your plate while you were gone. He put something in your mashed potatoes, stirred it, and then left the building. Unfortunately, we don't have cameras in the truck lot, so I have no idea where he went after that. I don't want you to leave the store alone, and I need to report this to the police. Do you mind if I call them? I nodded, still trying to process what he had just told me. Go ahead, I said, my voice, I'm sure, a little shaky. The manager went ahead and called the police, and I stayed put, finishing up my meal while keeping an eye on the door. A few minutes later, he brought me a piece of pie on the house, which was a small comfort and delicious. When the police arrived, they took my statement and searched the grounds for the man, but they couldn't find him. After a couple of hours, one of the officers offered to drive me back to my truck. As we had walked out, he told me he was going to ask his boss if they could station an officer near my truck for the night. Sure enough, they got permission. And that entire night, the police car parked in that dark corner of the lot, keeping watch. The man was never caught, and I never found out what he put in my food, but nothing bad happened to me or anyone else that night. To this day, I'm still thankful for those officers who went out of their way to make sure I was safe. Every year at the end of May, the family decides on a vacation destination. A few years ago, we planned our trip to the Grand Canyon. It was going to be 3 days of camping, hiking, and outdoor adventures with my daughter, Peyton, who was 6. She's a girly girl, and most of what she'd packed in her suitcase were princess dresses and Barbies. She was horrified when I showed her the big, cumbersome hiking boots that she'd be wearing most likely the whole trip, as opposed to her plastic Beauty and the Beast slippers that she'd wear religiously around the house. We also couldn't leave without her packing her pink Barbie Jeep. Thankfully, we've got a big enough SUV, but loading and unloading was a nightmare in itself. But I won't bother you with the details of that. Let's just say by the time we got to our campground, the 6-hour trip had worn on all of our patience. As me and Casey set up the tents, Peyton was exploring off the beaten path in her Jeep. Our campground was mostly flat and rocky, with trees scattered about every couple of feet. The terrain felt like a desert, and the few trees scattered about didn't bring any needed shade. Later in the afternoon, we're getting the fire started, and Peyton runs up to us with a huge smile on her face. In a burst of giddy excitement, she tells us that she's seen a beautiful blue fairy dancing by the trees. Her nose scrunches up, and she says she's going to try to catch it. Casey and I share a laugh at our dusty princess and her fun imagination. Peyton's grown up in the city. Our confined location means that we have to get creative with our resources to have a good time. Out camping, she was free to run wild. I got out her butterfly net from our gear bag, and I told her not to go too far. With determination in her heart, she grabs the net, hops back into her Jeep, and speeds off, kicking up rocks and dirt with her plastic tires. Honestly, it was a real cinematic moment. With the terrain being so level, she could get a couple 100 yards away with her still being within eyesight. Around that range, she stops her Jeep and begins searching for the elusive fairy she'd just seen. Net in hand, we watch her begin to stalk around the trees. We think she's going to be occupied with that hunt for a while. So Casey and I throw a few more logs on the fire and prepare some dinner. We bought a little grated cooking top that we could put directly over the fire and started cooking up some burger patties. We're sitting in our lawn chairs. I'm having a beer and the food is about to be done on the fire. And Casey's keeping us cool by spritzing the air with an iced water spray bottle. In the distance, she sees the Barbie Jeep making its way towards us. She tells me Peyton's coming back. Then Casey says, it looks like she caught something too. I look and I see Peyton. She has the pedal to the metal, with the butterfly net held above her head in a victorious pose. I'm running the grill, so Casey's the one who meets Peyton first when she arrives. I listen in on her story. She says, I saved the fairy from a giant spider. The fairy was flying away from me and tried hiding in a hole, but the big spider was in there. They both popped out of the hole. It looked like the spider was winning, so I kicked it to save the fairy. Then I got her with the net. Oh, my fearless little girl. The story is enough to make me leave the burgers and walk over to her and Casey and see the fairy that she saved. Even before digging into the net, I could see something hopping around. The sound of its fluttering wings reminded me of a moth, but louder. Peyton says, Look, Daddy, and opens the white mesh netting. It was unwise of me to then enthusiastically lean my head over the open net, because in retrospect, I knew a fairy wasn't going to be in that net. I don't know why I did it. As my grinning face eclipsed the hole of the butterfly net, it blocked the escape of the flying creature. Like seeing a rock hit your windshield, it moved too fast for my eyes to process, and it hit me in the face before I could move out of its way. When I throw my head back, my hands instinctively swipe at what's on my face, but before I can make contact with it, Peyton's fairy stings me on the left side of the cheek with a stinger large enough for me to feel its penetration. Then, within a blink, the worst searing pain I've ever felt in my entire life filled my face. It's to this day the most excruciating pain I've ever felt on any part of my body. I've been hit in the face with fists, baseballs, and even a bowling ball growing up. None of these, not even the bowling ball that literally caved my nasal cavity, nothing compared to the pain I felt that day. It was mind-numbing. All I could do was fall backwards and scream. It felt like someone heated a railroad spike until it was red hot, then started hammering it into my cheek. I can feel the venom working its way through my bloodstream. It radiates down my spine, and I can feel each of my muscles begin to constrict. My ears were ringing. I'd screamed the air out of my lungs, and in between me taking another breath, I could hear Peyton and Casey also screaming their lungs out and running around me. I can't move my neck. It's as if I'm paralyzed down to my shoulders. All I can do is kick my legs. It swells the whole left side of my face, and the stabbing pain continues to hit me full force. Minutes feel like hours, but as the torment slowly begins to recede, the ringing in my ears subsides, and I can hear Casey on the phone with emergency services. They're getting ready to send a helicopter out to airlift me to the hospital. but I waved at her not to do that. My left eye was swollen shut, and the pain was still throbbing, but I knew I wasn't dying. Casey would have to drive us all the way out of the canyon, but we didn't need an airlift. For a moment, though, I sure thought that I was dying. The sting area was red and left an ache for the remainder of the day. After this thing dropped me, Casey said that she soaked it with a spray bottle and wet its wings, then stomped it. When I got to see what actually got me, I was astonished. I'd never seen an insect this big in real life. I mean, I could understand how a 6-year-old could mistake this for a fairy. I know Peyton hadn't seen anything like this either. To give an idea of its size, do this. Open your hand and spread all 5 fingers as wide as possible. From the gap between your pointer and thumb to your pinky is how large it was. The curve of your hand is also how it was shaped. The blue fairy Peyton introduced us to was actually an insect, specifically a type of wasp called the tarantula hawk. I don't know who's more traumatized by this, honestly. Peyton hadn't really stopped talking about the time Daddy almost died at the Grand Canyon. But I'm still plagued with nightmares that I find their nest. They chase me until I wake up. I can still hear their heavy wings after I'm awake. My left cheek still has a red small dot that resembles a freckle where the venom destroyed cell tissue, scarring me. I thought I was going to die that day. I accidentally terrified Peyton away from her fantasy interest. I think a little bit of her still thinks that a fairy tried to murder me. Death is pretty overwhelming. And I'm not talking about loss. I'm talking about death. My story is about the time I died and they had to bring me back. Now, this probably isn't going to be the same experience as everyone else has had with death. I'm aware that most of what I experienced dead was probably a trick of my mind while trying to save itself. But death was a lot. When the car first hit, I don't remember anything. All I remember from that point is I woke up in a ditch, staring up at the sky, with one eye unable to move, pressed against the ground, and blood dripping down my head. I remember that I heard death. I'd seen dead people before, like most of my grandparents, but I'd never heard it. And what I heard was blood pouring into my dad's lungs. My dad was probably the most capable guy I've ever known. I'd seen him bring a small-town track team to be national finalists multiple times. He gave dozens, I think over 100, of his athletes scholarships by making them better, by helping kids with no opportunities get meetings with scouts and colleges. I'd seen him break the Wamego High School bench press record at 46 to prove a point that his athletes should be working out more. People used to hear his voice from way outside the track stadiums. But what I heard from him wasn't the usual strength in his voice. It was pain, and it was fear. I heard him weakly choke out, "Katie, Katie, Katie." While his organs started filling with blood where it shouldn't be, he kept calling out for me in sheer panic. I called out to him, and we had a short, private, painful conversation that I'll only ever speak to my kids, but the normal stuff was basically the effect of, take care of your mother and survive. I've always loved you. Before blacking out and waking up, being ambulanced to the hospital, I had no idea he was already as good as dead. I was terrified because I hear fear from my dad as he's dying, and I knew it would be coming for me next because, well, the car wreck basically hit at such a fast speed that my seatbelt actually kind of countered the safety because my stomach burst open like if you squeeze a water balloon from one side. Basically, my belly was split. So, I laid in an ambulance as a 13-year-old kid, being kept awake by the people until they could make it to the hospital, so I didn't bleed out. The entire time they were talking about Pokemon, telling me to list my favorite types or games or Pokemon, I was thinking, this is it. I always let Dad down, and I'm about to do it again. And I started crying my eyes out in the ambulance out of fear. Fear of death, fear of failure, fear of losing my dad. The ambulance workers helped to perk me up, stay hopeful when they told me my dad had made it to the hospital with me. And this is the part where I died. I was being rushed through the hallways, watching flashing lights that I couldn't see. I saw a kid's dad who I played football with, who was a highway patrolman. I was so out of it, I kept saying, I'm gonna wake up soon. I just saw my dad's friend. Even knowing what I was going through wasn't some horrific dream, I kept saying it. The last thing I remember normally from this point is being wheeled into the emergency operating room while saying, where's my dad? They said he's here. Dad? Before my normal memory cut off. Because on that operating table, the doctors later informed my family they'd lost me for a short time and had to do everything possible to get me back. It took a lot of therapy, PTSD recollection, repressed memory, recall therapy. It took all that to confront what I felt when I died. Or I think was about the next 2.5 years. I would black out any time I tried thinking too hard about what happened in the room, but eventually I started having a memory I didn't remember. If you want me to explain what I experienced in single words, I can't. At that moment, what I felt wasn't fear, wasn't relief, wasn't happiness, wasn't pain. I didn't see a lake of fire or a palace in the clouds. What I saw can't be explained using shapes or comparisons or colors or pretty visuals. It felt like everything and nothing was happening to me. But I wasn't scared because the one familiar thing I did see was my dad, or what I felt was my dad. I just felt like for a single moment, my dad and I didn't say anything to each other. We didn't look at each other. We just had a moment where I understood that this was the last moment he and I would ever share. And then he walked off. But I didn't feel the fear from him that I felt before. I think because he knew that I'd be the one who made it. When I woke up next and remember anything, my next memory of the accident, I saw my football coach who had driven in. I told him I'd be a little late to practice. He laughed because I asked where my dad was, because I had no memory of our moment at the time. For the next couple of days, my family kept letting me think my dad was alive and survived because they were worried if I found out the truth, I'd give up while I was still semi-critical. So, 2 days after I died, I was told my dad died, and I spent the next years figuring out what our last connection was. I know this is a long story, but that's because death was long and overwhelming, but it wasn't scary or peaceful or painful. It just made sense. Like when you go lay down after an intense workout and you feel like you belong in that bed. Thanks for reading if anybody did. I just thought I'd put another memorial story out there for my dad. This will probably be the only place I'd ever be comfortable telling this story without the fear of judgment. You don't know me, and I don't know you. I'm telling this story in its fullest, as there's nothing to hide in this relationship between us. I retired early last year as an industrial electrician. If you've lived in the lower Hillsborough County within the past 30 years and ever used electricity, you can thank me for maintaining the switchboards, generators, panels, transformers, and basically anything else that doesn't run off of solar energy. The job meant I was responsible for handling any emergencies that would spontaneously pop up needing fixing. These emergencies I'd have to get up and tend to at all hours of the night, during dinners, birthdays, even my daughter's kindergarten graduation. A transformer had blown up 30 miles in Bexar County. My cell phone goes off and I'm embarrassed having to leave. But it is what it is. You gotta be on your toes and always thinking forward. I'm saying this because if I would have retold my story to my crew or higher-ups, I probably wouldn't be receiving a retirement check. We were out on a job on I-93, near the old Wyndham Rail Trail. A storm had knocked out some power lines, and we were down assessing the damage, figuring out what vehicles and tools we need to call in. My bladder was full from all the coffee I'd been consuming, and I decided to take a little hike away from the crew to enjoy nature's restroom a little more privately. I didn't walk too far, but after relieving myself, I heard one of the linemen shout my name from further in the woods. At first, I was genuinely confused and thought that they were messing with me, because when I left the group, they were all standing by the work truck. But then the voice starts screaming, "Help, help, I'm hurt." Nobody on the crew would ever joke like that, so I start running towards this voice, even though I'm sure everybody was present at the trucks when I'd walked away. A couple of paces forward, I realized my utility belt was back at the truck. It had everything from my radio to a flashlight, but the screams and the pleas I was hearing, they were loud enough for my immediate attention. So I kept on forward. Every so often I'd have to stop and recenter myself because it would sound like the calling was coming from a different direction. Minutes would go by before I'd stop again and figure out that I had no clue how far I'd gone or how to get back. I felt so stupid for getting myself lost and apparently running around in circles trying to locate this injured lineman. It was a humid night, and the sweat burned when it got in my eyes. When the cries for help started up again, it sounded like they were on my left. I didn't instantly take off in the direction this time. I was trying to catch my breath. A few seconds later, another scream echoes through the forest, but it's coming from a completely different direction. Then again, directly in front of me. This time, it sounded closer. Sticks and leaves began to crunch and break, each moving closer to me. I stand my ground. But then, 20 feet ahead, I can actually see the brush being pushed around. I look down, and I see two big red eyes, like a couple of hot coals blinking in the dark. The eyes were closer set, like human eyes. It was a clear night, and the bright moon made it easy to clearly see a woman on her hands and knees, hiding in the bushes. When she stands up, she's fully nude, and scars cover her skin. I take a step backwards, but for some reason still ask, "Are you okay?" It makes a strange noise that sounded like a nonsense word in a human's voice, like, "Yo, no." I took another step back, and it quickly crouched back behind the bushes. A sense of absolute dread consumed my body. I turned and ran as fast as I could in the opposite direction. Somehow, by the grace of God, after running for I don't know how long, I can see the work truck's headlights in the distance, and I follow them out. When I get back, everyone's upset that I'd taken so long. The truck engine was on because they thought I'd gotten lost. They were about to start searching for me. One of the men asks if I was taking a shit, and my brain is still on overload from what I'd just experienced, so that's my best excuse. I tell them, yeah, sorry. I couldn't find any good leaves for toilet paper. By the time we get back to our lot, my incident is long forgotten about. I think it's better that way. My wife really likes this channel and wanted me to send this story in. Having a family member in a branch of the armed services takes a mental toll on everyone involved. My brother Clay and I couldn't have been more different growing up, and that stayed the same way through our adulthood. Clay served in the military while I listened to Rage Against the Machine and skateboarded. He became a police officer in a neighboring city, and I was arrested multiple times for drug possession, theft, and burglary in the city he served. He never had the honor of taking his little brother down, but he would visit me whenever he found out I got locked up again. Clay had always been a serious kid, never joked around, always working his ass off at something. Tough kid, too, and that transferred into adulthood. There's still banners at the old gym with Clay's name on it from all of the boxing records and awards he'd won. During our visits, both from behind bars and back home, Clay would come over to our mom's house where I was staying. He'd casually talk about seeing car accidents, homicides, and any other death bringers that you could think of, all while sipping on a cup of coffee. Really troubling things, but he'd talk about them like he was discussing the weather. He told me once that his first interaction with people was usually on one of the worst days of their lives, be it a victim or suspect. The police are never involved because of happy scenarios. Sure, he'd try to play ball with the kids after school when he had the chance. Clay actually smiled when he told those small stories. But as the years passed, Clay's personality became more stoic. Slowly, he stopped sharing pieces of his day because he didn't want to burn us out, even though Mom and I never expressed discomfort about the things he told us. I think retelling the horrors of his day made him relive those moments and re-feel those gut-wrenching emotions. He didn't want to be the rain cloud when he entered the house. When I got my own place, Clay stopped by, rarely. Once it was to drop off a generator. The only other memorable time was when he came to decompress after an especially hard and strange night. The night he came over, it was completely unexpected. I think I was just sitting in my underwear, half asleep on the couch, when Clay started banging on the door. It scared the hell out of me, but along with the pounding, I heard his voice calling my name, telling me to open the door. Once I knew who it was, I jumped to my feet and ran to open it. When I did, Clay walked in, looking like he'd seen a ghost, pale as he could possibly be. I've never seen him like that before. He was visibly shaken. Clay walked over and plopped down on my couch. I asked him what was going on. At first, he just kept repeating that he needed someone to talk to, that he needed to see his brother. Talk about what? I asked. Then, Clay started crying, like I'd never seen him cry before. He said he'd seen something that really messed with his mind. He didn't think that anyone else would believe him, except me. He told me that earlier in the evening he'd responded to a domestic violence call. Before he even approached the scene, he was driving through all these twists and turns in a hilly neighborhood. It's while heading to the house that he saw a woman standing with her kid at the crosswalk, both of them looking straight down. The kid was in Spider-Man pajamas, no shoes. The mom was also in sleeping attire, thin shirt, shorts, no shoes. They definitely didn't look like they should be out there at that time of night. Clay, thinking this was weird, decided to stop. He rolled down his window and asked if they needed help. Neither of them responded. So he asked again, this time louder. That's when the woman lifted her head. Clay saw her face, just a blank expression. It was like her eyes weren't there. They weren't alive. Looking directly at Clay, she didn't say a word. She lifted her right arm and pointed down the road. Clay thought she was gesturing for him to go away. Since he was on his way to a call, he rolled up his window and continued to the call, which happened to be in the same direction the woman was pointing. Less than a mile further, Clay arrived at the house and was the first officer on the scene. The cul-de-sac was quiet, with adjacent houses all dark. The house he approached was indistinguishable from the others. But unlike the homes and families that cohabitated in this community, the house Clay was approaching was hiding a dark secret. He found it after pushing open the unlocked front door. There, in front of Clay, lay a family of 3. Two of the members were in multiple crudely hacked pieces, and one was closer to the back door, hanging from the foundation banister in the kitchen, all deceased. On what remained of the smaller victim, a Spider-Man logo could be identified through the blood-soaked fabric. I've been on the force for over 20 years, and I've seen my fair share of missing person cases over that time. Most of them start the same way. A concerned family member or friend comes in looking for someone who hasn't been seen or heard from in a long time. It's usually a mix of dread and hope that takes over, and this case was no different. Well, it was a little different, and that's why I'm here. The call came in on a Tuesday morning. A woman reported her adult son, Charlie, missing. She hadn't seen him in 3 days, which was unusual. Charlie was the kind of guy who called his mom every night, even if he didn't have much to say. The fact that he hadn't reached out was the red flag. I took the details and assured her we'd do everything we could to find him. At first, it seemed like it might be a case of a guy needing to clear his head, go off the grid for a bit. But as the hours turned into days, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His friends hadn't heard from him, and his phone had been off since the night he was last seen. We started digging deeper, checking his usual haunts, talking to anyone who might know where he could have gone, but nothing. Then something strange happened. Just when we were hitting a wall, a woman walked into the station claiming she was a psychic. Now, we get a lot of these, and sometimes the force themselves will reach out and bring someone in. I've never put too much stock into that kind of thing, but she was insistent. She said that she'd had a vision of Charlie, described him perfectly, right down to the scar above his left eyebrow. She told me that he was dead, that his body was in the backwater near a barn in a field not far from town. I remember feeling a mix of skepticism and desperation. We didn't have any other leads, so I figured it couldn't hurt to check it out. I took a couple of my guys and we drove out to the area that she described. The place was secluded, miles away from any main road. The barn was old, half-collapsed, sitting in the middle of an overgrown field. And just like she'd said, there was a stagnant pond behind it, hidden from view. The sight that met us when we got there is something I won't forget. As we approached the water, I noticed something bobbing near the surface. My stomach dropped as I realized what it was. We called in the crime scene unit and they pulled Charlie's body from the water. The psychic had been right, eerily so. The location, the condition, everything. It was all exactly as she described. I couldn't explain it, but there it was, plain as day. We had our missing person, but now it was a homicide. It turned out that Charlie had gotten involved with some dangerous people. When he tried to back out of a deal, they made sure that he wouldn't talk. We eventually tracked them down and brought them to justice, but that psychic's tip still lingers in my mind. In all my years on the force, I've never had a case take a turn like that one. Maybe there's more out there that we can't see or understand, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never look at missing persons reports the same way again. Years ago, I started dating this girl named Janie. We sat near each other at work, and I basically fell in love with her the day we met. She lived with her brother in a shadier part of town. Her brother worked late nights and was never at their house. The duration of her staying in that house, I only met him once, which was a plus. But he also owned a big, scary, untrained dog. It stayed at the house, named Spud. This dog was intimidating, and not just because it was a pit bull. The first time I spent the night at her house, I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, which was downstairs. When I rounded the corner to hit the second set of steps, there was Spud, standing in a fighting position at the bottom of the stairs, blocking the bathroom. growling intently at me. That was a long night. On the days I'd accompany Janie home from work, she'd get Spud on a leash and we'd take him out for a walk just to get some of that insane energy out. We would take a walk around the neighborhood baseball fields and I'd watch this ridiculously buff animal drag my Janie around. She leans all of her body weight backwards to keep Spud from knocking her off balance as we walk. Each step we take, Spud is up front. His leash is always tight with tension as grass chunks rip up under his massive paws as he lunges and tugs, trying to get every inch. One late night, I'm over watching a movie and Janie needs to take Spud out to go potty before we go upstairs. We bundle up and we go to make a loop around the baseball fields. She and I have done this time to time, plenty of nights, and Janie's been doing it since before we even met. Two objective truths. The area Janie lived in was really bad, like stepping over junkies on the sidewalk getting to her doorstep. Never see a cop kind of place. But nobody was going to fuck with her seeing this monster jumping and lunging at the end of a leash. We brought a blunt to spark at the park. I stuffed almost a full dub sack in there trying to flex for Janie. I'm not mentioning it to try to flex now, but so you can feel the same thing we were feeling at the time. I mean, this was back in the day where you'd have to call up a local dealer who may or may not have weed to sell, who may or may not want to travel or be available on the day that you run dry. You'll never know the struggle we had to go through for a sack of that sweet Mary Jane. Actually, I guess a lot of people probably still do have to struggle for that, but just not me. Anyway, as we're walking down a small hill approaching the baseball diamond, we're planning on going into the third base dugout to light up. But as we're getting closer, Spud lets out a tremendous bark. The sound shakes my attention, and I look away from Janie, panning straight ahead. There, we both see this guy standing on the other side of the field, near the baseball line. He's barely a silhouette against the dark background of the trees and trails. We're continuing forward, but he remains frozen. Spud's just beginning to settle down as we get into the dugout. With the leash still tightly wrapped around Janie's hand, she asks to spark the blunt, and I hand it to her along with the lighter. I'm still keeping an eye on the guy, frozen in the dark. I don't know why we didn't leave. Again, probably because we had Spud there. But just as Janie puts the blunt up to her lips, the man whistles a couple of high woot-woots. Before there's time to blink, Spud is up and tearing ass out of the fenced-in dugout, taking Janie along with him and heading towards the guy. When she falls, the blunt lands under her and gets dragged into shredded dust as her body is pulled across it. But obviously that's the least of my worries, as I'm watching my girlfriend get ripped from this cage by a monster dog while he's trying to attack a strange man that's been standing in the dark. I got up and threw myself onto her just in time to watch Spud rip the leash again. All the strain that was being put on Janie's hand from the leash finally released with a violent pull that breaks 3 of her fingers. She starts screaming, and all I can do is scream, "Watch out," as Spud closed ground on the man. He remained frozen while this dog rushed at him. I for sure thought that I was about to see this man get ripped to shreds. I'm holding Janie and hollering for Spud to come back, come back. Janie tells me that she's fine, but begs me to please go get Spud. So without hesitation, I run towards 2 things that I'm currently scared of. But as I'm running, I notice that Spud is just sitting calmly in front of this dark silhouette of a man. It's so jarring to see that I stopped running. I was close enough now to where I should be able to see the man, but he's still just a body of darkness. I call out again for Spud, but no reaction from either of them. I hear Janie yelling, "Grab him." So again, I head towards the shit that I'm afraid of. Just as I approach, the man drops his hood. His face was normal, but his eyes were not. This man has pitch black eyes. And sure, they could have been contacts, but his whole dressed as death thing with a stone-cold face weren't helping matters either. I said fuck it, and I reached for the leash. As I grabbed it, Spud turns around and bites my fucking arm. I drop the leash instantly, and Spud takes off. Janie is screaming for me to follow him, and she stops mid-sentence and just starts screaming in general. I look up, and Spud is halfway across the field, running full speed, heading in the direction of the woods. But even fucking crazier than that, Death Dude is already gone. Janie has now made it halfway to me, and she's crying and yelling, "What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?" I grab her and I say that we can go after him, but he bit me. And she looks at me and says, "That guy just disappeared. Dis-a-fucking-peared right in front of us. He vanished. What the fuck?" I calm her down and we decide that we need to get ourselves cleaned up and then look for Spud. When we reach her front door, there's Spud, sitting stoic at the front door, just waiting to get let in. Janie is so relieved, so that part makes me happy. But that dog, I don't know. I know it's a shitty thing to assume an animal is evil and all, but there's something so unsettling about that whole situation, all the way up to him sitting there. I did not trust this dog. Oh, and Janie's my wife now, so we still talk about this situation quite a bit, especially the whole vanishing man part. We still have no goddamn idea how to explain that one. But for curiosity's sake, we'd love to know what other people think. Me and my buddy Nolan took our kids to do some camping and fishing one weekend outside of Bozeman. It was hot and the kids screamed in roughhouse the whole time getting there. My kid's name is Ryder. He's 7. Nolan's kid's name is Dylan. He's 6. The whole drive there, they wouldn't shut up. I put on Kids Bop, but they shouted over the music with their own lyrics about farts. Nolan laughed and encouraged it. I was flatlining on patience. We get to our camping spots and the kids jump out of the van. Their demeanor completely changes. Both of them instantly quiet down and almost look scared to be there. I ask what's wrong and Ryder says he doesn't like it here. I'm like, "Are you serious? This place is beautiful." I'm theatrically throwing my arms in the air, closing my eyes, taking a deep breath. I do this as I turn facing away from them. When I open my eyes, and I'm not shitting you, in the bright sunlight about 20 yards out from us, in the brush, the weirdest, ugliest looking deer comes from behind a large fir tree. I hear the kids yip behind me when they also notice it. As the deer walked out, its head was already turned in our direction. There was razor wire wrapped around its antlers, neck, and body, like it recently gotten tangled up in a farmer's fence or something. Part of the wiring metal wasn't visible because of how deep it was in some sections. And there was a lot of wire wrapped around this poor deer, from antlers down to its legs, wrapped around its body a few times, like it did a couple of tornado spins trying to escape. But apparently, all of those spins did the trick. If one of us would have brought a gun, we would have put it out of its misery. But all we could do at this point was watch this deer slowly walk out from behind the tree. Nolan tells the kids to get back in the car, and he and I basically shield their windows with our backs as we stare at this deer. The deer maintaining its gaze towards us. Then its broken shuffle quickens into an agonizing trot. It starts cranking its head around violently. The motion starts pushing and pulling the tangled wires, essentially beginning to saw itself apart. Pause. "I'm sorry. I think I should ask if you're squeamish. Please skip this next part." Okay. The deer is bucking and thrashing in the clearing so much that it saws through its stomach. blood, intestines, bursting into the grass, and it's the saddest, most disgusting, disturbing, vomit-inducing thing I've ever seen. The deer doesn't die, though. Its thrashing stops, and it remained standing with half of its innards on the ground, and blood still pouring waterfalls from its gaping wounds. Nolan and I watched the deer then once again attempt a labored walk parallel of us, dragging its intestines. The deer limps forward towards the lake. Its legs start pushing faster, all out of sync with themselves, and it starts thrashing again before doing those long deer leaps into the lake. We watch the water splash and the deer continue to move further off of the lake shore. Eventually, its antlers were out of sight, and the water became still again. I was so grateful that Nolan told the kids to get in the van when he did. It was like the deer was possessed, like it knew what it was doing to itself. I was fearful that it could have had some new illness affecting the deer population or something. We made the kids stay in the car, but it was a bright sunny day, and the deer had done its death dance right in the middle of a sunny patch of grass. It looked like the grass had been watered with a sprinkler full of blood and deer pieces. Just dead center in between two bushes. Splatterville. We weren't about to fish in that lake either. Before we left, I called the parks department to describe what we'd just seen. And because of this, we haven't been camping since. I think Ryder's afraid of deer now. To be honest with you, I am too. The deer looked dead when it first bent its neck from around the tree. Part of me was trying not to shit myself that I was seeing some sort of real zombie deer, maybe rabies. Could that contaminate the lake depending on how long the deer's body was down there? I have no clue. Again, it also never resurfaced. I'm sure the wires got tangled up at the bottom. The next person to snorkel that part of the lake must have had quite a surprise, if so. Well, thanks. It almost feels a little less nasty knowing other people know. I used to be quite the kleptomaniac when I was in middle school, but one event made me rethink my life of petty crime. At the peak of my breaking and entering phase, I'd gotten my hands on a skeleton key lockpick set. A janitor had left it lying around, and I decided to help myself to the unattended shiny object. Within that same month, I checked out a lockpicking book at our local library, then successfully broke into the library after hours using the newfound knowledge I'd recently possessed. The alarms went off right as I opened the door, so I ended up having to hightail it out of there. One night I was riding my bike in town, and it was like some kind of energy had forced my fingers down on the brakes. My tires screeched to a stop in front of a big red door. I dropped my bike right there on the sidewalk and approached the door. A plastic closed sign was hanging on the glass part of the door, and just above it, on the building itself, was a larger neon sign, which was turned off, and it read Psychic. Inside the front area was dark, but I could see that there were lights on further back in the shop. I carefully looked at the keyhole and decided what picking technique would be needed. As soon as the block got quiet and I had a moment without prying eyes, I pulled out my lockpicking set. But as soon as I put the first pick into the hole, the door opened. I didn't know if I had just gotten lucky or if the door had already been unlocked. Regardless, I opened it just enough to slip my hand in and feel for a bell. There was none. So I opened the door up just a bit more and slid in, closing it behind me. I knew I had to be quick. This wasn't a perusing visit. There was a clear crystal ball sitting on a table, in a cash box under the front desk. I took both and ran out back, not worrying about the existence of a bell this time, and nobody followed in pursuit. I got on my bike and pedaled harder than I needed to escape the crime scene. When I got home, I brought the crystal ball and cash box into my room. It was locked, but my skeleton key picked it open swiftly. To my disappointment, there were only a few ones and some change in the bottom. I was planning on selling the crystal ball at a pawn shop the next day. By this time of night, all the businesses were closed. But when I woke up the next day, the cash box and the crystal ball were gone. I looked everywhere. Originally, I thought my mom had grabbed it, but she hadn't returned home from work yet. It was baffling. Then, a few days later, I was riding my bike past the same psychic shop when I saw something that almost made me crash. Hanging in one of the shop windows was a black and white printout of my school photo. Obviously, I couldn't go in there. I mean, I'd broken in, and even if the door was unlocked, I'd stolen from the place, and they clearly knew it. I picked up my bike and decided I needed to get out of there ASAP, but part of me just had to know. Was the crystal ball inside? Where else would it be? I cased the building to see if there was a way that I could walk up to it unnoticed, just to peek inside one of those windows and see for myself. I found a decent way on the left side of the building. There was a wall of trees lining each side of the lawn, and they stopped where the building started. I could walk behind the trees and discreetly look inside the window. As I approached the side window, but before I was fully in front of it, I saw another black and white school photo of myself plastered to the window. It wasn't just one. They were lining the whole sleeve of windows down the left side of the building. I was officially sweating, and the presence of the crystal ball was no longer important to me. I was sure that it was there, and I was sure I needed to leave. It was literally that moment that I decided to take a more honest path in life. I destroyed and tossed the skeleton key, silently vowing to never steal again. I couldn't avoid the shop forever. Taking a different street added a whole heck of a lot of unnecessary time to my route. But the next time I rode past, my photos were taken down. The shop isn't there anymore, and though I'm grateful for the experience in the long run, the entire thing, including the building, but mainly the experience, still creeps me out. In high school, I used to nanny for this pretty well-off couple in the Bay Area. I really enjoyed working for their family, and I was sad when they said they were moving to Seattle. Before leaving, and basically during my time working for them, they had recommended me to some of their friends who also had kids. I'd done a few one-off jobs, and they were fine, but nothing quite like the Connors. About a month after their move, a woman reached out to me, inquiring about a more full-time position. A recommendation from Mrs. Connor, the woman said. Instantly, I could tell the woman seemed overwhelmed, and unlike most of the people I worked for, she was a single mother. Despite all this, she agreed to pay me double what the Connors paid. Part of that was because she had 2 kids, but for the extra, I told her it wasn't necessary. Still, she insisted. And we agreed to doing 3 weeks as a trial run, and if all was well, we'd sign me on full-time for the year. If everything could have stayed how it was the first 2 weeks, I might have accidentally gotten myself into a year of hell. Luckily, whatever was in that house decided to rear its ugly head early on, in the 3rd week. First, I'll back up and say that though this woman wasn't very cool, her house was so cool. She clearly was an exec at some tech company in the area or something. She never actually told me, but everything was automatic. She had a robot for just about everything except for taking care of the kids themselves. Basically, she made nannying a luxury. No cooking, no cleaning. I didn't even have to draw the kids' baths since, there's an app for that. The kids, 2 girls, ages 5 and 7, both very well-mannered and well-behaved. They too made nannying a bit of a luxury, but just when you think you struck gold, that's when you realize it's just a big turd. The girls sometimes had trouble when it came to going to bed. normal kid stuff, and usually settled by a book or two and then lights out. Though the house was large, with several bedrooms, the girls shared a room for sleeping, each with their own twin bed on either side of the room. The older girl, Tilly, she'd slept in her own room at some point. It sat down the hall, still perfectly made up with its own bed. Why didn't she sleep in there anymore? Well, it was never explained to me officially, but from Tilly's perspective, it's because that room gave her terrible nightmares. So, early into the third week, I put the girls to bed and I'm downstairs just watching some TV, as I usually do. Except unlike any other time, this time I heard running around upstairs. I didn't have the whole logistics of the house figured out, but I could swear the sound wasn't coming from the girls' room. Instead, further down the hallway. Maybe one or both of them were playing in the other room, Tilly's old room. I got up to check, but it was clear the noises had stopped once I started up the stairs, and then slowly started again down the hallway, towards the girls' real room. I was sure that I was about to catch them in the hallway, frozen, caught red-handed. As I approached the top of the stairs, though, there were footsteps, sure, but there were no feet to accompany them. The hallway was eerily empty, and the footsteps cut off almost instantaneously. I open the girls' door, and they're both still sleeping. I walk over to each of them to be sure that that's the case, but it's obvious they're sleeping for real. I even did the candy test where I said out loud that I had candy for the first one who could tell me what 1 + 1 was. It was a little trick of mine, and I hadn't tried it on these kids before. Still, nothing. So, that was weird, kind of spooky, and I really didn't have a great feeling upstairs after that. But it gets stranger. As I said, these kids were well behaved. They didn't talk back, they were caring towards each other. I never felt off leaving them to play with each other in the room or anything like that. One night, God, why is it always at night? Anyway, the girls were in bed, and as I was leaving their room and closing their door, I heard the sound of another door closing. Instantly, I looked towards the vacant child's room, and I swear, I see something dark, black as a shadow itself, but solid, peeking from the door frame before quickly disappearing. Logistically, not possible, considering that door just closed, and then there's the obvious problem of someone being in there at all. I lean back without taking my hand off the girl's doorknob and confirm, no shadow, and indeed the door to that room is now shut. I creeped my way back into the girls' room. They weren't asleep yet, and I told them that I was kind of sleepy, and I think we should all watch a movie and pile on the couch. It worked for them, and so I quickly ushered them downstairs. I remember I put on 101 Dalmatians because it's a comfort movie of mine, and lucky for me, the girls liked my choice. I didn't fall asleep so easily that night, but I did eventually. We all did. I wasn't sure how to explain why we were all sleeping on the couch, so I told their mom that we wanted to watch a movie and the upstairs was scary. Yeah, I sort of threw the kids under the bus like they were the ones afraid, but it was definitely me. I just felt so silly by the time she got home. Had I been overreacting? I think not. The very next night, I heard something a little bit after putting the girls to bed. This time it was coming from the girls' room. Just the lightest of footsteps. No crying or screaming or anything to warrant the level of alertness that I was feeling in that moment. Without so much as a second thought, I found myself practically running up the stairs. I couldn't understand why I was so scared, where this urgency was coming from. Next thing I know, I'm opening the girls' door, only they're not sleeping peacefully as they usually are. I see Tilly straddling her sister, and not only that, she's got her pillow over her sister's face. Tilly is smothering her with the pillow. My knee-jerk reaction is to run over and pull Tilly off, and I do so relatively easily. And to my relief, Ella is alive and well. She's in shock, but she's awake and breathing. I look over at Tilly, who I gently toss to the floor next to me. and she looks like she's seen a ghost, like she'd just woken up or something. She doesn't appear to understand that she's just tried to smother her sister. The rest of the night was such a mess in my head. I didn't know what to do. I was so scared of scaring the kids, but I was also afraid. I had to call Mom. She didn't answer. I put the girls back to bed, but I sat in their room, trying Mom over and over. I watched those girls like a hawk for the next 3 hours until Mom finally arrived. I was only 18 at the time, but oh man, I was furious at this adult woman for ignoring my calls. I told her I wanted to tell her in detail about my night before I left, and so I did. She didn't even seem fazed. Halfway through telling the story, I was crying because I don't know why. Because I saw her kid almost kill her other kid. Such a little reaction from her. It was so eerie. I didn't like it. That interaction alone kind of sealed the deal for me. I was no longer willing to nanny for this woman, and I told her quite frankly that she should consider therapy for Tilly, or getting a priest in that place because something wasn't right in her home. To make things even weirder, I found out months later that Mrs. Connor had never recommended me to this woman. She had no idea who she was. Excuse my intrusive thoughts for a moment. Please know I'm not thinking of offing myself, and I hope this question doesn't trigger anyone. But there's something I've been wondering about, and I can't really quiz my coworkers with an icebreaker like this. So, here goes. If you were to jump off a building, would you face forward or backward when you leapt? There's pros and cons for each direction, I think. Facing forward, you're given the chance to know exactly when your death will be, as the hustle and bustle of the city life continues. I'd imagine a joyous warmth would engulf the soul, reminiscent of Christmas morning as a child, when the wonders of Santa Claus still exist, maybe, able to witness all that you'll leave behind. The men and women going to and from work with no purpose besides filling their pockets for a weekend distraction from reality. The imagery of your impact on the concrete will be seen by at least a few of them. The sudden carnage that lays before them is bound to be retained within their psyche. It may even be enough to change their purpose in life, ignite the inspiration they were missing. Maybe not. Who knows? Or you could jump backwards. You think you'd only indulge this option on a day with clear skies in the forecast. Consider leaving early in the morning or late afternoon for the best chance of a picture-perfect sky to gaze into. It's superior in aesthetics compared to the dingy streets being the last image you'll see, but you won't know how long that image will be able to be cherished. Personally, I feel like it would force my attention on trying to soak it all in, instead of appreciating the last moment of my final artistic gesture. There's millions of actors all dancing to their own music on the world stage. Unfortunately, my husband Lisha was unintentionally in the audience during someone's final performance. I can say truthfully that the trauma he experienced by seeing it stuck with him years later, and clearly his retelling of the events haven't left me either. In 2018, Lisha is on a construction job in Lower Manhattan. He's one of the leads on this project and had to be the first one on site to unlock the gates surrounding the construction zone. On a typical morning in August, Lisha's just finished pulling the chains off the last fence at the yard. The last gate he's opening is across the street from the Deschutes Bank Center. Also attached to that same building is the Mandarin Oriental Hotel and some ultra-expensive luxury apartments. When Lisha gets the last lock, he slides the key back into his pocket while turning around. It was a clear summer morning, and as he looked up to really take in the morning sunrise, he also saw a man stepping off of the 55-story building, then falling over 750 feet. Lisha told me the man landed on the glass mark of the hotel with such force, it sounded like a bomb had gone off. The impact would split the man's body in half, sending bloody pieces of him flying in multiple directions. Some even landed across the street into the construction site. Emergency vehicles shut down the whole block within a few minutes. Soon, Elijah was able to return home after relocking all of the gates in a dazed shock. When he got home, he told me what happened. I saw the small spots of blood that freckled his yellow vest. When he first came in and told me, I thought that he was lying because of how nonchalantly he had retold before going to the shower. Pretty sure he was still in shock. That night, however, I'd woken up to Elisha thrashing in bed with night terrors, jolted awake by one of his kicks to see him punching his arms violently into the darkness, or screaming. He's asleep the whole time while acting this way too. Elisha's mom told me that he used to have a sleepwalking problem in high school, but nothing close to what he was doing now. I asked Elisha what he'd been seeing in his dreams, but he either wouldn't or couldn't talk about it. 3 days later, work would call him, telling him they'd been okayed to return to the site the next day. Elisha's speechless on the phone. Then he quickly ended the call and dropped his phone onto the hardwood floor of our dining room. He then sits on the floor, and for the first time since the incident, he cries. We sat on the floor together, and Elisha told me about his nightmares, about how that morning plays over and over and over. Every night he's either in his truck getting to work or already at the last gate, and every time he sees the man plummet through the glass canopy of the hotel, the body splits into two when it hits the road. Sometimes one of the parts or both would reanimate back to life, crawling towards Elisha, dragging whatever pieces were still attached to it at the side. It's really some dark shit that I don't need to keep going further with. There's just something so wildly insane about having your life changed forever in such a brutal way by someone that you've never even met. Anyway, take care everyone, and thanks for listening. I'm smoking a cigarette ankle deep in disgusting floodwater down on Atlantic Avenue. I got my big-ass rain boots on, and it's mad raining. People are getting rescued from cars and shit out here. I was standing under the cover of the building, looking out into this monsoon. There was no traffic on the road for obvious reasons, but out of nowhere, a large ripple started to form in the water, like something big was moving through it. Then the swell turned and started coming my way. The waves grew closer, and I stood there wondering what the hell was zipping around like this. Then, all I saw was a huge crocodile parting the wake. The son of a bitch was coming right for me. I should have kicked it in its lizard teeth for the way that it made me put my smoke out and run back inside. It was prehistoric how large this animal was. Snap a grown man up in one bite kind of shit. Never seen anything like it in my life. From the window, I watched it turn away and push itself back into the street river. Has anyone else ever seen this monster croc floating down Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn? Jesus Christ, I'm literally shaking in my boots. Be safe out there, New York. It's the Cold War, late 1950s. My paternal grandfather, Ivan, who'd recently obtained his membership into the labor union, is fired from his job manufacturing farm products for wholesale and trade. One day, the bosses pull him into their office. 2 local detectives are also standing in the room. The 4 men sit Ivan down and unlawfully interrogate him for hours before handing him his termination papers to sign. At this time, Congress had implemented sweeping investigations in order to catch any suspected communist spies in the government, or labor unions, the entertainment industry, and military forces. In part, as the tension grew between the 2 nations, the labor unions began terminating anyone who had ever belonged to, or had ever been sympathetic to, the Communist Party. Ivan Petrov was born an American citizen, but on paper he fit the description his management was told to get rid of. His parents immigrated to New York in 1909, just before the war started. Ivan was devastated. He'd break the news to my paternal grandmother, a woman named Kate, later that night. Kate would break the news that she's pregnant with my mother that night as well. Kate got to share her news first, which made Ivan feel all the worse when delivering his. The predicted due date became a timer for Ivan to get back on his feet, 6 months to find stable ground for him and his family. He starts working odd jobs in the city, staying out at all times of the night. After a month of this routine, he's made just enough for rent and groceries. Early into the next month, Ivan arrives home with a small Emerson radio. He'd spent $50 on it, which could be about $475 in today's money. This purchase depleted most of their savings, and Kate couldn't believe he'd wasted money on such a frivolous thing. But Ivan reassures her this radio will solve all their money problems. Now, along with odd jobs, Ivan would also stay up all night, clicking through the frequencies of the radio. Kate would wake up to see him sitting at the kitchen table with the radio pressed against his ear, occasionally scribbling down numbers onto a piece of paper laid out in front of him. When she'd ask what he was doing, Ivan told her that he could hear someone talking to him through the radio. He said they'd given him the final score of a minor league baseball game that takes place tomorrow. The radio told him to go to the betting hall and put everything he's got on the Brooklyn Dodgers against the Giants, with a score of 7-6. Kate begs Ivan not to go, but the next morning, he's gone before she wakes up. Their savings have been cleared out, the empty box that once held their future discarded next to the radio. He wouldn't return home until the next morning. When he walked through the door, Kate had fallen asleep on the couch. She's woken up with a large leather bag being tossed onto the carpet in front of her. It spills over, and a waterfall of cash slides out. Kate opens her eyes and sees over $10,000 spread across the floor. Ivan tells her he'd won the bet that was placed on the baseball game. Soon after that, they moved into a better part of town, a third-floor condo with a room for the baby. Ivan continues doing odd jobs. Kate's 6 months pregnant. She finds him on another night sitting in the kitchen with the radio pressed against his ear. Same position, same frantic scribbling. This time, Ivan doesn't wait until morning. He doesn't see Kate watching him through the doorway as he proceeds to collect his coat and then exit by trying to close the door as quietly as possible. Kate waited until she heard Ivan leave the driveway before approaching the radio left on the table. She lifted it up and clicked it on. There was a buzz of noise before the station went quiet. She couldn't hear anything when she moved up and down the station ladder. Then Ivan came back inside to grab something he'd forgotten. When he saw Kate with the radio, he became enraged. Grabbing it from her hands, he threatened her with death if she ever touched the radio again. Kate had never seen this side of Ivan before. She cried and ran back into their bedroom, slamming the door. Shortly after her slam, Ivan would match its force on their front door when he left. When she came back out, the radio was gone. Another long 24 hours would pass before Ivan returned home. With him, another large sum of cash. When he sees Kate, she apologizes for touching the radio. He asks if she turned it on when she was holding it, and she says yes, and then asks if the voices talked to her. She said no, she couldn't hear anything. Ivan reminds her of his previous warning, then tells her to get dressed because they're going out to dinner. His glare makes her reserve the question that she has for another time. Kate got dressed, and they went to a fancy restaurant in Brighton Beach. Their interactions together don't feel normal anymore. 2 more months would pass with Ivan's schedule unchanged. Kate's 8 months pregnant now. One morning, after a particularly long stint away from home, Ivan comes in the door sweating, his eyes wide, darting in all directions. He looked like a madman running from window to window, closing all of the shades and curtains. Then he ran from room to room, turning off all the lights in the house. When Kate asks him what's wrong, he says that he's got people after him. He says the radio gave him a message, telling him everything about their plan. None of what he's saying makes any sense to Kate. She asks who. He said Truman's boys, then tells her they can't talk loud. Before she can ask another question, Ivan pushed the couches in front of the front door. Then he started taping newspaper to the window so no light would get in. When the living room was completely dark, Ivan and Kate would sit together on the floor behind the couch. He'd get up to retrieve a box from the closet that Kate hadn't noticed before. When he opened the box, what was inside made Kate's heart drop. Under some papers was a 9mm handgun. When he pulled it out, the box clinked around. A handful of extra bullets rolled around in the bottom of the cardboard, along with the already full clip he'd taken out of the gun to show Kate. Then he pops it back in, and he hands the gun to her. At first, she doesn't take it, but he shoves it at her, saying, "They know about you too. They'll probably want you dead too." Kate still doesn't take the gun, so he leaves it on the floor next to her, gets up, and goes over to the closet to get a second gun that he's had stashed in there. Seeing Ivan with a gun and having no clue what to expect next, Kate grabs the gun sitting next to her. He grabs the radio before coming back to sit next to her. Sitting in dark silence, Kate watches as Ivan presses the radio against his ear and pans up and down through the frequencies. A muffled car door shuts somewhere outside, and a dog starts barking. Ivan grabs his gun and drops the radio. Kate tries to reassure him that it's the neighbors. She reminds him that they have a dog. Ivan should know this information, but he stays back against the couch with his finger on the trigger. Hours would pass. When either of them would need to use the restroom, they'd have to crawl from the living room to the hallway before getting up. Kate is 8 months pregnant and struggling to stay on the ground all night, but Ivan tells her that she has to stay out of sight. Every time he reaches for the radio, Ivan looks at the clock, and every time he looks at the clock, he becomes more worried. Then, as Kate begins to drift off, her eyes are closed when she hears Ivan turn off the radio and set it on the floor next to him. He kisses her forehead, and she hears him get up. He's not crawling. She hears him walk into the baby's room near the entrance of the hallway. She hears Ivan tearing down the newspaper he'd put up earlier that day. Then she hears the wooden window frame shake and creak open. She could hear wind blowing in. After a moment, she hears a distant impact. That's when Kate gets up, runs into the baby's room. It's empty. Kate runs over to the open window and looks out to see Ivan, motionless on the sidewalk below. Investigators would rule Ivan's death as suicide. While looking for clues, they'd inspect the radio and find transmitters connected to the wiring inside. They'd also tell Kate that Ivan is a member of a small Soviet resistance group. Its members mostly made up of rich Russian immigrants with mob ties in New York and New Jersey. They were getting their orders from somewhere across the water while sending back government information they found. When Ivan was fired from his job, he was lost and angry. He'd met others that held his beliefs and similar situations at a bar that he'd visit. The visits became meetings, and Ivan got involved with a group who, at the time in our American history, didn't want peace. They were terroristic in their ideas of action and were slowly gathering members across the seas in America to stage an attack within. Kate had no idea that Ivan was part of this movement. They'd become strangers to each other in the relationship. This was a landslide that Kate couldn't climb back from. With her life in ruins and a baby on the way, Kate moved back in with her parents. She'd give birth to my mother in December and give her up for adoption. But not before writing this story out to my grandparents, Mom's adoptive parents, before they took her home to Virginia. This happened to me in the early 2010s, and admittedly did not happen on the Navajo reservation, but it did take place on another reservation nearby. One night, me and a friend were chilling at his house, playing games, and decided to go out for some late-night food. Being that it was past midnight, the only option was the 24-hour McDonald's. After getting our food, we decided to just cruise around the back roads for fun. The area that we were driving wasn't well known to us since we were driving on another tribe's land, but my friend had a general sense of where we were going. The road we were on led us out into the middle of nowhere. We finally stopped and pulled over on top of this big mesa where the road went down like in a snake pattern. As I said, it was nighttime, but you could still see a long way off in the distance from our little vantage point, including house lights in the distance where the road led. After getting out of the car, I walked closer to the edge of this overlook point, started howling and screaming to hear my echo. I did that for a few minutes before I walked to the very edge and looked down. I saw a light from a window just below me, close enough to where I could have thrown a stone and hit it. I distinctly remember the light looking like it was from a candle with the flickering, but definitely wasn't dim like a candle would be. I also recall that the windowsill portion was made of stone and looked like an adobe house. Since I was higher up and at an angle, I couldn't see inside the window. I couldn't make out what the house looked like in general. All I saw was a light coming from a window. At that point, I turned to my friend and said something like, "Dude, there's a house just right there." As I pointed to it, "We better get out of here before they call the cops on us for screaming." My friend looked over and saw the light from the window too. He laughed and agreed. We both got in his car and split. Nothing spooky or creepy even crossed my mind that night, just that I may have scared someone in their house with my screaming. A few weeks later, me and the same friend went cruising around again, but this time during the day. We visited the same area, pulled over to look at the view. I went back to the edge of the mesa, looked over, but to my surprise, there was nothing there. Not only was there no sign of the house, but a house couldn't have been built there in the first place. It was way too steep, rocky, just boulders, sand, and weeds. I relayed this info to my friend, and he looked over the edge too. That's when we were both like, what the fuck did we see that night then? My story ends years later when I meet and befriend a coworker who lived and grew up on the reservation where the mesa overlook was. We began trading scary stories. That guy has some crazy shit that he's experienced out there. And I told him about seeing the adobe house at night that wasn't there in the daytime. He laughed and said something like, "Dude, you saw the witch house?" I asked him to explain, and he said that the area that I was in was known for being a spot that people stay away from at night. Apparently, these witches hang out there now and then, and there's a small adobe house on that cliffside, but it's very small, like something your average person would have to crawl into. He doesn't know much more than that, but says he knew plenty of stories of people seeing it lit up at night. So that's my true story about seeing a possible witch house. Just like how skinwalkers are Navajo witches, there's other similar witches for other tribes. I don't know the name given to that one that I saw, but it's a cool little story to have in my pocket. A couple of months ago, on a day when I was simply asking my cards if there were any messages they had for me, I received a calling to manifest something I desired, or I guess, thought I desired. Ever since I was a kid, I've always experienced what you'd consider otherworldly beings, spirits, angels, whatever your preferred term may be. There's been all kinds of experiences, scary ones, funny ones, good ones, great ones, etc. They're not consistent, but they've happened plenty of times over my life. I'm in my mid-20s now. So on that day, I decided to ask my guides something along the lines of this. If the power for mediumship is within me, I ask that it becomes more prevalent in my life. I did my own little routine that has been taught down the line of my Balkan family. Later that night, I was watching TV downstairs with my roommates. I had to pee, as one does, so I started up the stairs to my bathroom. One of my roomies yelled out a question. I stopped, naturally looked back down the stairs. I was frozen for a moment when I saw the scariest spirit I've ever seen. A woman in all black, drapey clothes, long hair covering most of her face, just staring at me from the bottom of the stairs. I didn't even answer my roommates. I began backing up the stairs quickly, turned around once again, and there she was, closer this time. A feeling of dread came over me. I'm not joking when I say I ran to my bathroom, slammed the door shut. I called one of my roommates downstairs to come get me. That night, as I was falling asleep, I heard my name being whispered. Let's just say I didn't sleep that night. I do all my practices during the day. It's just how it's always been and what feels right. The next morning, I reversed that asking of mine, did one of my familiar house cleansing practices. I haven't heard or seen anything since. I'm worried that I may have completely closed off this previous ability of mine. I guess what I'm so curious about is if anyone thinks that this was a dark entity, a lost soul, or anything else. I still question it to this day. Had I accidentally lowered a veil, made myself more vulnerable? Let me know your thoughts. We just moved into a new house 3 months ago. It's in a pretty nice suburb, but it gets creepy at night when the neighbors turn off their outside lights before going to bed. I used to go out to the back patio to smoke, but it's the spookiest place of all. It's totally wide open, with low visibility. I often hear weird animal noises, wolves howling in the forest. Even though it's louder, I started smoking on the front porch instead. I try not to wake my children or husband. The first time I heard someone whistling was a few weeks ago. It was nighttime. My husband had just run to the gas station, which takes about 7 minutes. The neighbors hadn't gone to bed yet, but I heard a whistle, like when you're trying to get someone's attention. It sounded alarmingly close. I looked back in the house. My husband wasn't home yet, and there was no sign of anyone outside. I was a bit freaked out, so I went back inside. Later, I told my husband, but he shrugged it off. Just now, I went out back to the patio, and I heard it again. This time, it was 2 a.m. All of the neighbors' lights were off. Not a soul was moving. The only sound I heard was a faint knocking, like a table rocking in the wind, except it wasn't windy. Then I heard squeaking and wondered if there were raccoons in my neighbor's trash. But then there was another quick whistle, just as I headed back in. It was still close, but further away than the last. With how close it sounded, I should have been able to see whoever was doing it. But there was no sign of movement. All the neighbors' lights were off. I was literally shaking as I went inside. It's creepy, like someone is doing this to me. I went upstairs to look out from a higher window, and I still didn't see anything. I don't get it. I'm a 38-year-old female, and I just lost my grandmother a few weeks ago. She was very sick at the end and required round-the-clock care. Our family doesn't have a whole lot of money, so my siblings and I took turns staying with her. Ultimately, I was the one on duty when she passed, and I was alone with her during those final hours. We'd had so many false alarms that we had all said our goodbyes multiple times and decided that there was no need to continue congregating every few days, For the first part, she wasn't entirely herself anymore anyway. Lucid moments were few and far between, and it caused her a great deal of stress to have a crowd of strangers hovering over her. That last night, however, well, I guess she seemed like herself. She recognized me and knew what year it was. She also remembered that Grandpa died 15 years ago, and that was usually her greatest area of confusion, so I thought she was fully lucid. She always said the best way to take her mind off the pain was good old-fashioned conversation. At the end, especially, her favorite thing to do was just to reminisce with one another. I was especially grateful for these moments. I learned so many things that I'd never known about her, like how she backpacked through Europe after college. You'd think that would be something that she spoke of more often, but she was a bit wild in those days, so I can understand why she wasn't eager to share that particular story with her grandchildren nonetheless. I really thought we were having a lovely moment, but then the conversation shifted to how she met my grandfather. Now, as far as I knew, she had a loving 53-year marriage to the sweetest, gentlest man in the world. He was one of those grandfathers that always slid you a candy when your parents weren't looking, and growing up, my siblings and I had all been very close with him. Whenever we stayed with our grandparents, they always seemed so in love. We definitely never saw them fight. I don't think we ever heard Pops raise his voice, so you can imagine my confusion when Nana's story went from our first date had been the best night of my life to I never dreamed that Satan himself was hiding behind those big hazel eyes. I couldn't believe my ears, but when I tried to speak, she cut me off. No, Brenda, I can't die with this on my conscience. Had she not used my name, or had her words not been so clear, I could have rested easy knowing that they were just mindless ramblings. But this was wholly unlike any of her past episodes. Her eyes were clear, her tone was sharp, and her expression was deadly serious. But her actual story was so foreign that I felt she was speaking another language. According to her, Pops was a cruel, selfish man who controlled every aspect of her life. From the day they said "I do," he alienated her from her friends and family before they had their first child, belittled her when they were alone, and became violent when he drank. But only with her, never the children. She wasn't allowed to have a job either. I'd always thought that she'd chosen to be a stay-at-home mother, but now she was claiming that Pops forbade her from having a career. When my mom and sister were kids, they loved Pops so much that she knew that they would blame her for a divorce, and she couldn't bear the thought of losing them. Bingo nights were one of Nana's few freedoms. For over 30 years, she went every Wednesday and most Sundays. Sometimes she would proudly display a random trifle that she'd won, but they were always small, simple prizes. I think the most expensive thing I saw her with was a $20 gift card for Outback Steakhouse. Well, little did I know that Nana was apparently a bingo legend. She played a lot of cards at once, and she often won. I would have never dreamed that you could win real cash prizes playing bingo, but apparently that's a thing. The most that she ever won was $500, but that was during a rare trip to the city. The games they hold in our area are done on a much smaller scale, but even so, she saved every penny of her winnings for over 30 years. By the end of it, she had almost $20,000 hidden away. The only problem was where she kept it. Nowadays, it's not that difficult to go out and open a secret bank account behind your spouse's back, but things were done differently when Nana had first started squirreling away her money. She didn't have anyone that she trusted enough to hide it for her. She was forced to use the shoebox method. It was hidden in the very back of her closet, buried beneath all the old junk that she could pile on top. Then came the day that Pops returned from work in a new car, one they definitely couldn't afford, and it was filled with presents for the children. Nana was immediately very nervous. She didn't know if he'd gotten a promotion, a new job, but his biggest highs were always followed with even bigger lows, and that one was shaping up to be a doozy. She had learned to play along when these things happened. at least until she could determine his true motives. He never did anything out of kindness. After the kids went to bed, he began pushing her buttons on purpose. You know that thing people do. They say things that they know will upset you, but they do it in a quote-unquote nice way. So when you do finally snap, they can act like you're the asshole. That's the situation she described. Nana was used to ignoring him when he did it, but this time, he kept bringing up her bingo nights, secrets, and lying. The more he talked, the more certain she became that he had found her money. And she was right. It was the worst night of her life, and the first time she ever gave serious consideration to just ending it all. But she had the kids to think about. On the other hand, she also knew that she would never find a way to get that much money again. Pops made damn sure that she never played another game of bingo. Finally, she decided that if her life was over anyway, she might as well take him with her. I don't want to say what she used because I have no idea what kind of people may be hearing this, and I can't live with contributing to a murder. But she poisoned his food every day for weeks until he became sick, so sick that he couldn't leave bed. Doctors tried a variety of treatments, but nothing seemed to help. Foul play was never even suspected because as far as anyone knew, including their own children, grandchildren, Pops and Nana had the perfect, loving marriage. In the end, he knew his time was almost up, and he refused to die in a hospital surrounded by doctors that he hated. Nana sat by his side, and only after the rest of the family had left did she confess her betrayal. She said the second Pop's eyes changed to reflect his understanding, his rage, was the proudest, happiest moment of her life. As she relayed this piece of the story, her eyes sparkled, and her scowl relaxed into a great, wide smile. And then she passed from this world. I truly don't know what to think about any of this. I haven't told anyone else because, well, how am I supposed to do that? Will they even believe me? I'm not sure if I even believe me. Seriously, I'm at a total loss here. Any advice would be greatly appreciated, and thank you in advance. This has been happening since I was 7. Most of the time when it's dark, there's a tall silhouette of a man. I don't know why, but their mere presence makes me afraid. For about 2 years, I couldn't sleep unless there was a light on in my room. Otherwise, the shadow man was just there, watching me sleep. And when I turned 12, I started getting sleep paralysis from them. Their face was covered in holes. I know dreams aren't reality, but every dream with them is so vivid. My most recent nightmare, they were in the forest that I constantly dream of, and they started eating my chest. The dream was so vivid I felt it. And now, it just sits at my bed. Most nights I had to pretend to be asleep, because I was genuinely afraid what would happen if they knew I was awake. On the occasion, I would take a small peep. It was always on the ceiling, right above my bed. Because of the way my room was built, that makes them about a meter away from me. Fearing for my life, just talking to someone about them makes me feel their presence. I wasn't sure before about changing the names, but I figured it's probably more respectful to do so, so yes, names have been changed in this story. This is on behalf of my father, and retells of his time spent with Mr. Jerry G. before his sudden passing. In 2012, my dad Nate was a pastor at a church that Jerry and his wife had attended for years. Nate and Jerry had become good friends since he'd taken over as head of the ministry in our small Christian church. Just after the summer of 2012, Jerry pulled Nate aside after a morning service. He'd tell him that something evil had entered his property. Jerry owned a farm and cared for several huge adult sows and a boar named Teddy. The previous night, Jerry had walked down to lock up the barn. He said that he was there and the doors were already closed. He thought it was strange because there are two big, heavy wooden doors, and the wind that day wasn't nearly enough to be able to move them around, let alone shut both. With more caution now, Jerry approached the barn, opened one of the doors, just enough so he could see in. The pigs were hiding together up against the chicken wire, trying to get as far away as they could from something. Even the boar was cowering away. Most of the hogs on the farm are over 700 pounds, and to see them struck with such terror gave Jerry genuine goosebumps on his arms. When he fully opened the door, nothing was in the enclosure with the pigs. Jerry said all the lights in the barn were off, and he thought the lights had burnt out. But the next morning, when he'd go back out to the barn to feed the pigs, he noticed glass littered all around the enclosure. With the light of the morning sun casting in, Jerry could see all of the lights in the barn had been smashed. The metal saucers that would typically hold these halogen bulbs were bent, like someone had struck them vertically with a bat. These lights are also hanging 15 or so feet off the ground. Jerry would spend from dusk till dawn that day cleaning the pig enclosure and staring at the bent, misshapen light fixtures, wondering how this physically could have happened. Before leaving church, Jerry thanks my dad for his time and requests that he keeps their conversation between the two of them. Nate agrees, and they part ways. It's only a few days until they have an opportunity to catch up. Tuesday, the church held a brunch for the veterans and servicemen. My dad knew he'd see Jerry and be able to ask him how things were going. But what he didn't expect was tears to form in his eyes when he responded to the question. He tells my father that he thinks he's losing his mind. He says, quote, "I show up here looking for God, but God's not looking for me." My father, Nate, takes Jerry into a more private area of the church so he can elaborate further as to what's been happening the past few days. He tells Nate that the Sunday they'd spoken, when Jerry got home, he pulled onto the gravel of his driveway, and Teddy the boar was running down the gravel stretch toward the truck. Jerry laid on his horn and scared it to start running in another direction besides the open gate entrance to the farm. When the boar turns, Jerry jumps out of his truck and shuts the gate again. Then he hops back in his truck and speeds to the barn with the pig enclosure. As Jerry made his way toward the barn, it was clear to see that one of the doors were wide open. A few of the other hogs had also escaped and were running around in the grass, squealing like all hell. When Jerry pulls up and shines his headlights into the barn doors, what he saw was a woman hanging inside the pig enclosure. The sight made his heart skip a beat, but when he pulled his keys from the truck's ignition, the headlights turned off, and the woman was no longer there. But he could see now, both gates in the pig enclosure had been opened. One pig remained inside. Jerry thought it was dead. Its eyes were opened but glazed over, and there was a trail of blood that slowly leaked from its snout. But when he checked for a heartbeat, he was astonished to hear it beating normally. No amount of pushing or pulling could get this hog out of its trance. Odd behavior like this in farm animals usually means death is around the corner for them anyways, so Jerry would leave feeling terrible, thinking he'd have to be making arrangements for his pig that afternoon. Jerry rounds up all of the other hogs who had escaped and by this point had already reached the furthest corners of his property. When all of them were accounted for, Jerry goes back to check on the pig he'd originally found by itself. It's moved, and by following a trail of blood, he spots a big hog standing with its head against one of the barn walls. This is when Jerry would grab Nate and with true sincerity in his voice tell him that the pig was speaking words. Not grunts or low oinks that could have been mistaken for words, but actual sentences. Then it collapsed again. Jerry didn't wait for it to get back up. When he got back to the truck, he'd grab a big sack of pig food, cut a hole in the middle, and thrown it into the enclosure before locking up. The next morning, when Jerry opens up the barn doors, the pig that gave him a scare is up, acting perfectly fine. He noted that there wasn't even a bloodstain on its nose or skin. Nate asks if he'd like assistance from the church to bless his property, but Jerry refused. The last thing they said to each other was that they would see each other on Sunday. Sadly, that meeting would never take place. Thursday of that week, Nate receives a call from one of the church members telling him that Jerry had passed away. Nate asks what happened, and she doesn't have many answers. A family member says that they were over to visit on Wednesday when he'd left to go feed the hogs, but he never returned. Hours would pass by before the family member would set out on a search for him. They'd find Jerry's dentures and pieces of his body in the pig enclosure. Most of his remains had been consumed. Over the next few days, my dad would read the newspapers that pathologists were unable to identify a cause or manner of death, stating that it's possible he could have had a heart attack or been knocked over by one of his animals before being killed and eaten. Personally, diving more into this story, I'd also find a quote from DA Paul Frazier saying, "For all we know, it was a horrific accident, but it's so doggone weird that we have to look at all possibilities." I've always been curious if Jerry ever told anybody else about what was happening on his property. Would it have changed things? Probably not, right? Regardless of circumstances, Jerry still passed in a horribly sad way, and my prayers go out to his family. A couple of months ago, I decided to take a walk near this wooded path next to where I was living. It was 11, maybe 12 o'clock at night, so really nobody should have been around. This particular pathway was rather short, so I decided to head back and take it again, this time walking at a very slow pace. Bear in mind for later that this entire path is rather narrow and there are fences on the sides. Anyway, as I venture down the path, half through, I hear a distinct yet short scream of a 5 or 6-year-old girl. So naturally, being the kind of person that I am, I decide to take 5 minutes to look around. I find nothing, so I shrug it off as my imagination. I continue on my path. 3 minutes later, I hear the exact same scream. Bear in mind, a child cannot replicate the exact same scream twice. No one can, right? Only this time, too, it was closer. In fact, so close I should have been able to see around me who or what was screaming. So naturally, being a believer in cryptids and the unknown, I start to get a little anxious. I start to jog out, and I never hear the scream again. But to this day, it scares me thinking that something or someone was trying to trick me into helping someone, or somebody trying to trap me or lure me. This happened 12 years ago, when I was 16, and my sister and I had 2 friends staying over for a sleepover. It was the middle of summer. We lived in a tiny town surrounded by lots of farmland. My sister and one friend fell asleep fairly early, but I stayed up chatting with the other for a while. We had our mattress on the floor, right by the 3 big windows in my sister's room upstairs. From the windows, you could see an elementary school across the street, and to the left, a parking lot directly across from us. On the other side of that was a farmer's field. We were up until almost 3 a.m. with those windows wide open, enjoying the warm summer air. Suddenly, my friend stops the conversation, says something like, "Oh, who's that?" I follow her gaze. I see that she's looking towards the farmer's field. I see 2 figures coming out of the field. It's obviously dark, and they haven't come into the streetlight yet, so I can't make out any features, but I assume it's just some of the kids in the neighborhood. My friend and I continue to watch in silence as these 2 people make their way into the streetlights, and they're coming directly towards the house. Now, I really assume it's someone I know, because there's a few teen boys that would often be out late, and they'd come to the house, talk to me and my sisters from the window. As they're getting closer, we begin to make out their appearance, and I was truly shocked at how they looked. These two individuals couldn't have been taller than 5 feet. They were identical in all features that we could make out. And I mean, absolutely identical. They were both Caucasian, white. They both had bald heads, and they were both wearing the same long brown robe with a tie at the waist. How I would describe it is they sort of looked like they were in monk attire. They were proportional as well. No big heads or big eyes. They just looked like littler people. Even though they clearly don't look like anyone I know, as they're coming towards the house, I begin to call out to them, sort of a loud whisper. Hey you. Then I start yelling out names of the different people that I knew in town. I think that I was in a bit of disbelief and thought maybe it was a prank. All while my friend is totally stunned into silence. These beings make it just up to my parents' cars parked outside, so we have a very clear view of them. And then they immediately turn to themselves and go back in the direction toward the field. They never once acknowledged my calls. They didn't even look up. But they also appeared to be in a discussion with each other, though my friend and we didn't make out any sounds coming from them. We continued to watch them make their way back across the road, and then instead of going back into the field, they start walking down the road. We watch them until we can no longer see them. If you follow that specific road, it just leads to more fields and away from the houses. My friend and I stayed up for another hour talking about what the heck we saw. She's very Christian, so she believes it was demonic. I have no idea. It very well could have been demonic, but also it's just so random. The next day, we told everyone, and they all seemed kind of freaked out, even my parents. I have so many questions. Why did they come towards the house, only to turn back on themselves? I've wondered if they intentionally did that, like they knew that we were there, and they wanted to be seen by us. Why were their appearances absolutely identical? Why bald? Short? Why the brown robes? Also, what's up with being out at 3 a.m. in a field? I've Googled and I haven't been able to find much. I did find an obscure YouTube video of a lady saying that she was visited by 7 beings that sound exactly like what my friend and I saw, but I haven't found anything else. This lady said they're interdimensional beings and that they know the future. Anyway, I'd love to hear if anyone else has seen these beings or what your thoughts are. Thanks for reading. My family was forced to put my grandmother into a nursing home when her dementia became too much to manage independently. I was about 8 at the time. I didn't really understand what dementia does to people, but even at that age, I was aware of her decline in health and change in behavior. My grandma used to be my babysitter after school when my parents were at work. One of my most positive elementary school memories was when she'd be waiting for me to get off the bus, and we'd talk about my day while we walked home. Out of everyone living there, my mom, dad, and sister, I was the first to point out Grandma's odd shift. It was the first day that she wasn't standing at my bus stop. I walked home that day thinking something terrible had happened the whole way, only to find her sitting on the porch smoking a cigarette. When she saw me, she was confused, asking why I was home so early. When I told her it was already after 4 p.m., she started to get frustrated, saying the clocks must be slow, even though they all read the same time. After that, I started walking home by myself. It wasn't a long walk, probably 2 blocks at the most. But it was lonely. Eventually, Grandma started to spend the majority of her time in her room. I think the tipping point for my parents was when she had a breakdown when I was on spring break. That day, she and I were cleaning the kitchen together, listening to oldies. Her favorite was Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. When their music was on, she acted like her old self. Her energy felt regenerated. Her spirit was brighter. Then, a song called Blueberry Hill came on. After the first couple of seconds into the song, my grandma freezes in the kitchen. Her eyes fill up with tears. Still staring into space, she starts screaming, "You killed him. Oh my God, Philip, you killed him." Philip was my grandfather's name. The coffee cup she was holding drops to the kitchen floor, shatters on the ground, but Grandma doesn't even acknowledge it. She just continues to scream, "Philip, you killed him." Nothing I said could snap her out of it. This incident was so scary that I ended up calling my mom so she'd come home from work to help. Now I'm 26 and absolutely hate the song Blueberry Hill. It's like I have PTSD. Before my grandma passed, I got up the courage to ask, who did Philip kill? But she was too far gone with her dementia to even remember my name. My grandpa died before I was born, but from family stories, he wasn't a very good guy. Throughout my mom's childhood, he was always in and out of jail. But she'd never heard about him killing someone. Family secrets. We all got 'em. When my dad was a kid, he saw a lady die on the Matterhorn bobsled ride at Disneyland. He was in one of those sky gondolas as one of the bobsleds was going over a big hill. He saw the lady's seatbelt give way, cutting her loose. Then he saw her sort of bounce out of the coaster, go over the rails, and onto another set of rails below. Still in clear sight, another bobsled comes down the rails that the woman landed on. When they come into contact, she's run over by the bobsled, and it gets stuck on top of her with a sickening crunch of gears and bones, one that could be heard before total chaos broke loose. The people on the bobsled start screaming at the top of their lungs, the front row wiping blood from their eyes and face. My dad watched the whole thing unfold before my grandparents realized what was happening and had the sense to cover his eyes. Apparently, seeing all of that really messed him up. I truly thought it was our family's income that made us a Six Flags family instead of Disney. We technically lived closer to Disney, but Dad always was so against it. Then he would clam up and get grumpy if we'd ask why he felt that way. One summer, I even offered to sell lemonade to help pay for the family's trip. He got really mad about that, but now I think I understand. There's something about the birth of a child that attracts demons for a certain amount of time before and after the child is brought into the realm. People that are close to the family often begin to have vivid night terrors. Some may even see the demons trying to infiltrate their sanctity. Before my sister Harriet even knew she was pregnant, her and her boyfriend were nearing the end of their abusive 3-year relationship. Chris was a psycho that everyone in the family hated. He was a bully and would leave Harriet with a broken cheekbone before moving out to Vegas with his friend. Her hospital visit is where doctors would tell her that she was pregnant. Harriet obtained her ex's phone number from his sister. When Harriet broke the news to Chris, he hung up on her, and they never spoke again. The further along she got in her pregnancy, the more negative energy would attract to Harriet and the people closest to her. I saw firsthand dark entities loitering in the corner of her bedroom like wallflowers waiting to be acknowledged. I never gave them the attention they sought after, ignoring their presence as I passed through rooms. Pretty quickly, they would realize there wasn't a sustainable source of energy for them to take from, and they'd leave. When they go, they move to the next member of the family, searching for an easier source to feed from, like my cousin Isaiah. He called me 15 miles outside the reservation at some gas station payphone, saying that he had walked to a garage sale that he'd seen in a vision earlier that morning. It showed him where the perfect gift for the new baby would be. When I picked him up, he hops into the passenger seat and tosses a large, dirty, stuffed Scooby-Doo in the back. My eyes follow the stained dog as it lands in the back seat before I ask him if that's what he's got for the baby. With excitement, he says, yeah. I ask if his vision really showed him a dirty, stuffed dog to give to this baby. He says the vision showed him where, but not what. When he saw the Scooby-Doo doll, it's like he knew that's what he was there for. He was too tired to make the walk back home, though, so he was grateful that I was able to come pick him up. We dropped the stuffed animal off at my sister's, and she was just as perturbed about the gift as I was. Afraid the matted dog had germs, Harriet set it out back as soon as we left. A few moments later, she'd hear pounding at the front door. Thinking it was me or Isaiah again, she leaves the back door open and hustles over to open the front. But by the time Harriet gets there, nobody's on the other side. When she turns around, the stuffed Scooby-Doo is sitting at her feet. She kicked it away in fright, sending the dog under her dining room table before running to the back bedroom and locking herself in. I'd receive a call just after dropping off Isaiah. Harriet was calling his house phone. She knew that's where we were going next. I almost missed it, but Isaiah ran out calling my name as I was getting ready to leave his driveway. Going inside to pick up the phone, I couldn't help but notice how much Isaiah had let the place go to shambles. A week prior, I showed up to get some firewood and this place looked fine. Now there was newspaper taped to every window. Looking up, I was astonished to see the ceiling covered in reflective aluminum foil. When I answered, Harriet told me what happened. She feared someone was in the house, and she asked me to stop by again on my way home. She said her back door was still wide open. I told her I'd be there, then hung up. Before leaving Isaiah's, I asked why he'd done all of this to his home. He told me he heard an Art Bell episode with someone saying aluminum disrupts the alien tracking transmissions, or ATTs. Isaiah firmly believes he was abducted when he was a toddler. He says if you've been contacted, they'll continue to contact you until your purpose has been fulfilled with them, whatever that purpose may be. I believe in extra-worldly beings, but not to the extent of Isaiah. We live right next to Lake Michigan and Lake Superior, and he's always said the aliens were living somewhere out there, under the water. I thought Isaiah was losing it. Almost not wanting to be an enabler of his delusions, I told him Harriet needed me to swing by her place, but we'd continue the conversation later that night. Once again, I'd find myself putting out a cigarette next to the one that I'd ashed out a few hours prior. But now, the sun had set by the time I walked around to the back of her house to see that the door was still ajar. When I walked in, the stuffed dog was sitting on the couch in the dark living room. I flipped on a couple of lights and called out for Harriet, but she didn't respond. I walk back to her bedroom and knock on the door, then call her name again. A couple seconds later, I hear the doorknob unlock, but she doesn't open the door. When I slowly push it open, I'm met with a butcher knife inches from my face. She screams, I scream, and we both leap backwards. Harriet says she didn't know it was me. Apparently, moments after we'd gotten off the phone together, she heard someone call her name from the living room. Knowing it would be impossible for me to have arrived that fast, she stays hidden in the bedroom. The voice called out to her a few more times. It even tried the bedroom door handle before leaving. I didn't know what to say. When she sees the stuffed Scooby-Doo on the couch, she asks if I put it there. When I say no, she grabs it and throws it out the front door, then latches every lock that she has on every door and window attached to her home. Harriet exhausts herself, walking from room to room, checking out the windows for any unwanted visitors on her property. The temperature had dropped severely, and it started to snow that night. When Harriet asked me to stay, I was reluctant because there was a high chance we'd be snowed in the next day. But when your sister is 7 months pregnant, it's your inherent duty as a brother to make sure she feels safe. So I obliged and made myself a bed on the sofa. That night, I tossed and turned. Harriet's couch was uncomfortable, and the paper-thin blankets she'd given me wasn't enough to escape the cold. At one point during the night, it begins to feel exceptionally cold. I'm dozing off, but still awake. I open my eyes, and you can see snow falling on the front porch. This jolts me awake, realizing what I'm looking at is shown through the doorframe of an open front door. Standing just inside the doorway, partially hidden within the darkness of the living room, I see it. A demon stood silently in the living room, between the small amount of light casted from the window and the open door. When it clicked in my head as to what I was looking at, I tried to act like I didn't notice it crouched down in the corner. Exercising every bit of willpower I could muster up, I forced my eyes closed and focused on slowing my heart rate. To this day, I don't fully know if that was a dream or not, but when I woke up the next morning, the front door was shut and locked. I'd soon open it again to find over 6 inches of fresh snow had landed overnight. Harriet was still asleep, and I was going to attempt to dig my truck out of her driveway before bothering to wake her up and say goodbye. Borrowing a small shovel from her patio garden, I begin to shovel the snow away from my back tires. A couple stabs in, the shovel makes contact with the gravel, so I move to the back right tire. My first stab into the snow, I hit something hard, but it's not the ground. I don't know what it is, so I start to dig around the object. Soon, I discovered it was a boot I'd previously hit with my shovel. I grab the boot to pull it from the snow, but when I lift it, the weight immediately indicates the boot's attached to something. I dug under my truck more, uncovering a man. He's in a t-shirt and sweatpants. From the looks of it, he froze to death seeking shelter under my truck. I run back inside and wake up Harriet before calling tribal police. Harriet gets on some shoes and walks outside with me to see the frozen man. She's horrified to discover that it's Chris lying under my truck. When the snow thawed, we'd find other belongings of his. They were in the bushes that lined her house. Detectives said it looked like he'd been camping out there for at least a few days. My theory is that he was planning on going after Harriet, but when he saw me there, he decided to wait, but didn't expect the weather to change so dramatically. But who knows? Chris was a bit of a drunk. It's possible he passed out unintentionally. Either way, I'll never look at shoveling snow quite the same, or Scooby-Doo, for that matter. When I had just gotten married, my new husband and I were extremely broke and couldn't do anything for our honeymoon initially. A few months later, we decided to go visit family, get a hotel in a nearby city, and visit an amusement park as our honeymoon. We stayed for a few days, and the first day was uneventful. We just ate cheap fast food, walked around window shopping. The second night, when we got back from the amusement park, we were exhausted, just wanted to shower and watch TV in bed. This was many, many years ago, so I can't remember the exact order of events, but at some point our room phone rang. We answered, and the person on the other line asked for me by name. I had no clue who this person was, and their story for how we supposedly met wasn't even possible, because he said that we'd met downstairs in the hotel lobby around lunchtime that day, saying I'd given him our room number and asked him to call. We hadn't even been remotely close to the hotel around lunch. He knew what I looked like, what I'd worn that day. I was extremely sketched out by this whole thing. asked the front desk to redo our keys. I still don't know what happened there. Most people never heard about the 100-year flood in Baton Rouge, even though it occurred in August 2016. Some folks on the internet started calling it the 1,000-year flood or 500-year flood, but there was also a big flood in 27. So I think they just wanted to use bigger numbers. Regardless of what you want to call it, a lot of people lost everything, including me. The slow-moving system dumped over 20 inches of rain on us in about a 3-day period, and nobody was prepared for it. We didn't even understand what was happening until it was too late. At the time, I was living with my sick grandmother who was confined to her bed. The doctors didn't expect her to last through the end of the year, so I moved in to help take care of her. We didn't exactly live in a good area either. It rains a lot in Louisiana, and it wasn't exactly uncommon for our streets to flood, so we literally sat there watching the water rise higher and higher until we were trapped. When I first told Grandma the roads were impassable, she just rolled her eyes and made a joke about not being able to order a pizza. When I said the yard was going under, she thought it was strange but not concerning. She'd lived in that house her entire life and had never seen it get that bad, but we didn't think that we were in actual danger. With the exception of what happened to New Orleans during Hurricane Katrina, we just don't get floods like that around here. We didn't get worried until the water was just under the front door. It probably should have happened a lot sooner, but even then, we were only afraid of the floors being ruined. We still weren't thinking in terms of the whole house. We weren't in fear for our lives. I was rushing around picking up the rugs and moving things to higher shelves when my dad called. He was at a job site 4 hours north, but wanted me to take Grandma to his brother's house, which was only 2 hours away. I told him the only way we were getting out of the driveway was on a boat, and he sounded really scared. He said if the levee broke, the house would go underwater, and we needed to find a way onto the roof. How the hell are we supposed to do that? I demanded. And I'll never forget the weight of the silence that followed. He didn't know either. I started looking around to see which neighbors were still home. Most of them were gone, but Mr. Peterson from across the street was standing on his screened porch. The water was just washing over his ankles. Our entire street looked like a newly formed river. When he saw me, he looked alarmed and ran inside. A few seconds later, our phone rang. He couldn't believe we were still there and asked what we planned to do when the house went under. Die. That was my plan. We were going to die. I've never been that frightened before or since. I said as much and asked what he planned to do. He didn't have any family and couldn't afford to leave anyway, so he was playing it by ear. When I saw him on the porch, he was trying to decide if it was time to get on his roof yet, because he owned a ladder. Our side of the street was a few feet higher, so he proposed that we all get on top of our roof. Water was slowly seeping beneath the door by that point, so we had to move quickly. Mr. Peterson carried his ladder across the street. At the lowest point, it came just a few inches under his waist, and he yelled when something, probably just a fish, swam through his legs. I had a small cooler packed with drinks and snacks, but the real question was how to get Grandma up the ladder. If we hadn't all been in survival mode, I don't think that we could have done it. Mr. Peterson was a really big guy, but when he suggested carrying my grandmother on his back, well, I was certain that I would have to watch them fall into the water and get carried away. Grandma might have been a good swimmer once upon a time, but she couldn't have stood a chance now. It's a miracle they got up there, especially while it was still raining. I rigged up an old dog leash around the cooler so that I could strap it over my shoulder, and I went up behind them. The water was coming so fast, it nearly took the ladder. But Mr. Peterson held on to it for dear life until I got to the top. We had no clue how long we would be up there, or if help would even come. The rest of our street looked abandoned, but from our new vantage point, we could see people from surrounding neighborhoods already on their rooftops as well. For the most part, we tried to keep Grandma under an umbrella and shield it from the rain, but it wasn't really possible to protect her from all of it. We watched the water rise higher and higher as the day grew dark. We heard all the windows break as the water rushed and shattered them. The noises were just as awful as the rain. We could hear other people screaming and crying as they watched their homes get destroyed beneath them. And I think we all secretly expected the water to rise over the rooftops in the middle of the night. I kept imagining that we would suddenly feel it lapping against our legs, and then a giant wave would carry us away. But thankfully, that didn't happen. The longest night of my life ended with the wildest sunrise I've ever seen. I have no clue when the rain stopped. I just know that I would never in a million years have guessed that I was looking around at our neighborhood. There was nothing but rooftops and water as far as the eye could see, like I was standing in the middle of the ocean. We still didn't know how long we would be stuck there, but we had enough water to last the day, no more. I cried tears of joy when we heard the boats. Overall, we were lucky, as a family and as a community. An unexpected disaster like that could have easily taken so many lives, but only 13 were lost. Yes, it's 13 too many, but it's nothing compared to what it could have been if so many ordinary people hadn't decided to be heroes. We weren't rescued by any of the usual first responders. We, like countless others, were saved by regular people who decided to take their boats out solely for the purpose of rescuing folks like us. They pulled right alongside our house, helped my grandmother in, and took us to the closest shelter before going back for more. Grandma didn't come through it unscathed. She was sick for a long time after. Well, sicker. But she stayed with us for another 6 months. And I still stay in touch with Mr. Peterson and our other rescuers. Well, I guess that's it. That was hands down the most frightening experience of my life. And I hope like hell there never comes a day when it gets pushed to second place. My heart wouldn't be able to take it. Does the Hat Man have a nemesis who's bigger than him? I read recently, either Reddit or Facebook, someone was talking about having to touch base with higher frequency beings to get them to deal with the Hat Man. I'm not sure how all of that works because I believe in God, and I believe that you should be able to get rid of him. Nonetheless, I've always felt a lingering, dark cloud. I saw the Hat Man when I was 6. And since then, my life has been an interesting one, full of bad luck, heartbreak, and a lot of paranormal encounters. Recently, I've had weird things happening. Phantom voices in my room, phantom banging on the door. I felt like he was close and watching me, but I didn't see him. It's definitely not a haunting. As my house, it's not haunted. Last night, I had a very vivid dream that I was in a very light, beautiful place with the Hat Man and a woman. I'm not sure if she was an angel or what she was, but she reminded me of the goddess of mercy. A woman draped in white and very stately, and it looked like a courtroom in the sense that even though everything was cloudy and light, she was seated higher, and to the left of her, the Hat Man was sitting crouched, as if in a dock awaiting sentence. She spoke and said I didn't need to worry about him anymore, that she would be dealing with him for what he's done to me. Today is one of the first days in many, many years that I've felt lighter. I don't feel like I'm weighted down by anything dark or ominous. I don't know if it was just a dream, but I got the feeling his recent efforts to mess with me were very much against the order of heaven, and he was being made accountable. I've never dreamt about him before. So, I don't know if my dream was because of what I read, but I feel lighter, and it's hard to explain, but I've lost the feeling that darkness is inevitable in my life. I didn't even realize till today how strong that feeling had been. My name's Natalie, and my family is from Kansas. I drove back over Labor Day weekend for a small reunion, and I met my uncle's new wife for the first time. Mary is the most laid-back woman I've ever met. If the world was burning around her, she would just shrug it off and light a joint. Have you ever noticed how those kinds of people have the most interesting stories? Mary was raised in a cult, and if you get a few drinks in her, she'll tell you all about it. I asked her permission to share this story, and she agreed on the condition that I leave out the cult's name. Her biological father left before she turned 3, and her mom married a man named Sam less than a year later. Sam was already a member of the cult, had 4 kids, and his wife had died giving birth to the last one. Mary and her mother moved into his house, which was owned by the church, and she was raised to believe her stepdad and siblings were her biological family. She didn't learn the truth until she turned 18, and her real father contacted her. He was sober now, and that's actually a whole different story, but not one that belongs here. Anyway, Mary said her mother drank the Kool-Aid and licked the bowl when she was done. The woman dedicated her entire being to the church, and so did Mary's 3 older siblings. Only she and her younger sister questioned whether their family, as in the whole cult, not just her parents and siblings, was really as special as everyone said. They weren't allowed to go to real school. All the cult kids went to a school at the compound. There was a daycare for the young ones, a class for grades 1 through 6, and a class for grades 7 through 12. Each class usually had between 10 or 20 kids, and from daycare, they're taught very specific things. First and foremost, that their wise and benevolent leader, Pastor John, was the holiest man on earth, much more so than the pretender we call the Pope. They're told the Catholic Church is run by Satanists, that it's basically one big scam, which, to be clear, I'm not defending them by any means. I'm just saying they don't actually have demons inside of them or trick people into worshiping the devil. At least they probably don't. But here, Mary said they were given tests where they were made to write out all of the reasons that Pastor John was our leader. Apparently, God spoke to Pastor John. He was chosen to seek out the righteous and guide them into a new age of prosperity. All the usual hogwash. He was also immune to disease and toxins, didn't need to eat or sleep, and my personal favorite, he never needed to shit. Though I guess that makes sense if you never had to eat. If you're like me, you're probably wondering how someone convinced so many people of such insanity. Well, Mary is almost 60 now, so it was a different time back then. But the snakes are what really did it. Once a month, Pastor John would prove his worthiness by bringing a poisonous snake into the chapel and allowing himself to be bitten. It was usually a rattlesnake. They made for the best show because of the extra noise, or sometimes they would find a cottonmouth or copperhead, but the act was always the same. Pastor John would have one of his guys walk the snake up and down the aisles so that everyone could get a good look at its fangs, and then they would return to the altar where it would be placed back into its cage, which was just a clear tote box from the dollar store. The pastor would then roll up his pant leg and place his foot in the box. The snake always struck. The crowd always gasped, and then everyone sat in awed silence until they felt the pastor was not going to fall over dead. Then came the applause. This routine went on until a few months before Mary turned 18. She had been secretly planning to leave the cult on her birthday, but it disbanded before she got a chance. Somehow, Pastor John got his hands on a real, live king cobra. One of his guys tried to walk it down the aisles like usual, but it put up too much of a fight. In fact, he was having trouble just getting it back to the altar. At one point, it almost got away from him. So the pastor rushed forward to help, and at the exact moment he lunged, the long-ass snake slipped loose from the man's grip, struck Pastor John in the neck, and slithered away. Screams erupted all over the chapel. The women and children ran to the exits while the men were divided between those of the inner circle and those of the congregation. Those from the congregation, like Mary's stepfather, thought that the loose snake was their only problem. Those from the inner circle understood they needed to get Pastor John to the hospital, but didn't know how to get him there without exposing their lies. Ultimately, they argued amongst themselves for so long that the pastor died, right there on the floor. That's when it was revealed that all the other snakes had had their venom drained beforehand, and just to be extra cautious, they also kept vials of the antidote on hand. But the king cobra had been poorly researched. They had no clue how much more dangerous it was than what they were used to handling. No one ever discovered where the snake came from. Obviously, it wasn't just roaming the Kansas wilds, or who was supposed to be responsible for draining the venom. I'm not saying I'm glad a man died, but I'm glad that all those people got their lives back. Mary said folks were emotionally destroyed, and many experienced thoughts of ending it all. But for the most part, everyone came out on the other side for the better, just each in their own time. Hi there, long-time listener, first-time submitter, but I'm kind of scared of my little sister Rosie. I'm 17 and she's 6. I'm not really sure where to start. My mom's worked mostly nights since Dad died a few years ago, so I spend a lot of time babysitting. Rosie was pretty normal until this past year, when things started to change. The first strange thing to happen was when she started sleepwalking. I'm not even sure if it's related, but there have been a few incidents that really freaked me out. The worst was the first night it ever happened. I woke up to see her standing over me, and she wouldn't answer when I asked what she was doing. Thinking that she must have had an accident, I sat up and noticed that it was past 3. Seeing nothing obviously wrong, I asked why she came to me instead of Mom. That's when I really noticed her wide, unblinking gaze and slightly agape mouth. At first, I thought she was faking it, but then she didn't blink for almost 10 minutes straight. I woke Mom up after the first 3. Rosie's eyes were spilling over with tears, but her expression never changed. And that's a freaky thing to see a 6-year-old do in the middle of the night. It doesn't really stop there, though. If sleepwalking were the only problem, I wouldn't be here. We talked to a doctor, and it turns out sleepwalkers just do some weird stuff. We got used to handling it, and things were mostly fine for a couple of months. But then she started having night terrors a few times a week. In the beginning, they were just normal kid stuff, monsters and goblins, something beneath the bed grabbing her ankles. Mom and I spent a lot of time convincing her that they weren't real. We'd just started making progress when she had a dream about Grandpa dying. He was asleep in bed when a black shadow mass crept from under the door, up the wall, and across the ceiling before coming to a stop directly above him. The face of an old, angry man formed in the center of the mass as it slowly stretched itself down towards our grandfather and covered his entire body. Rosie said he suffocated beneath it, awake but unable to escape. She woke up screaming, and none of us were able to go back to sleep that night. She described it in such vivid detail, I feel like I saw it myself. We spent all morning trying to calm her down, but nothing worked. At 7:30, we tried to call Grandpa so she could hear that he was fine, but he didn't answer. We tried again 30 minutes later, but still got nothing. That wasn't normal. He always answered his phone. And on the rare occasion that he didn't, he never took longer than a few minutes to return the call. Mom eventually drove to his house and found him still in bed. The doctor said he suffered a stroke in his sleep. It was already such an awful situation, but having to tell Rosie was something else entirely. She reasoned that if the dream about Grandpa was real, they would all be real. Nothing will ever convince her that he died of a stroke, and now she thinks the black mass killed Dad and might come for us next. It sounds ridiculous during the day, but then, when I'm alone in my room at night, it suddenly starts feeling all too real. Mom says it's 1,000,000 to 1 coincidence, but that's all it is, a coincidence. I want to believe her. I do. It's just so unnerving. Rosie starts seeing her therapist next week, so hopefully that helps. We really don't know what else to do. I try to put on a good face for her sake, but I'm just as terrified as she is. And I can tell that Mom is too, despite wearing her own brave face. Every time Rosie wakes up screaming, we hold our breath until we know what she saw. I just wish life would go back to normal. So I thought I would share the story about when my granddad killed my dad's best friend. It happened back in the late 70s when Dad was 20 and still living at home. His friend Matt and Matt's girlfriend Becky, they were all listening to music in his room when another friend wanted to take them to a party. Well, they all went and had a great time until eventually they were driven back. By this point, it was the middle of the night. Matt and Becky were ready to go home, but they couldn't find their car keys. Finally, they decided it would be best to drive Becky home in Granddad's van and then come back to look some more. First off, the thing about this Granddad is that he was in World War II, and he struggled with PTSD for the rest of his life. He passed away when I was only 6, so I was too young to understand his behavior. For the most part, I was just afraid of him, mainly because he would be nice one minute and yelling the next. Then again, I was only around him a few times a year. And second off, the van had one of those bench seats in the front. I honestly don't know what to call them. It was one long seat that sat 3 instead of 2 individuals. Dad was on the driver's side, window down. Becky was in the middle, and Matt was on the passenger side. Dad leaned forward to put the key in the ignition, and at the exact same second, there was a loud bang as something whizzed past the back of his head. Along with a sound he couldn't quite put words to, he also heard Becky's heart-stopping screams. Before he could understand what happened, he heard the sound of my grandmother screaming. She was crying, "It's Danny, stop! It's Danny, stop!" When Dad turned towards the sound of her voice, he saw my granddad standing outside of his window with a gun pointed directly at his head. And the look on his face said that he was having one of his flashbacks. Dad instantly understood what had caused the loud bang and what had brushed his hair as it whizzed past. Meanwhile, Becky was still screaming. He describes the second it took him to turn his head as the longest moment of his life. So many thoughts and scenarios raced through his mind that it felt like hours were passing. Then, he finally saw the extent of damage done. The bullet hadn't struck Becky as he'd thought. It went straight through Matt's temple. Dad's best friend was now slumped against the window, dead, and his girlfriend was covered in his blood. The police came, but no criminal charges were filed. Since Granddad had been in the war and had a well-documented history of PTSD, he was only required to participate in court-mandated therapy. But again, this was the 70s. They were probably still calling it shell shock for all I know. Either way, no one made my grandfather stick to those appointments. He went for a few weeks and decided that they were making him worse, so he stopped going. Things never really were right between my dad and grandfather again, but they made a sort of peace with one another before Granddad passed away. It really goes to show you, we have absolutely no idea how long any of us will be here. Tragedy can literally strike anytime, anywhere. I was driving through the Texas Panhandle, heading north into Oklahoma. I was third in line on a 2-lane road, following a cattle hauler. The wind was fierce, a strong headwind that made it impossible to shift into top gear. It must have been the same for the other 2 drivers ahead of me, because I had no trouble keeping up with them. As we entered a curve, I saw the cattle truck ahead catch its right front tire on the berm of the road. The driver tried to recover, but the combination of oversteering, The relentless wind and the cattle shifting to one side sealed his fate. With his overcorrection, he caught the berm of his left tire. Then he jerked the wheel back to the right. At that point, my view was blocked by the truck in front of me and the curvature of the road. Suddenly, the CB crackled to life. Shit, he's going over, man. The cattle hauler came back into view, but it was leaning dangerously to the left. None of the wheels on the driver's side were touching the ground. The truck teetered for a moment before tipping completely over on the passenger side, skidding to a halt in the gully alongside the road. I don't think either of our trucks had fully stopped before the driver in front of me and I sprinted out of the cabs, running towards the overturned cattle truck. The first thing I noticed were that 2 or 3 cows had been ejected through the aluminum roof. They were either dead or in the process of dying, their bodies scattered across the road. My main concern was the driver of the cattle truck. The other driver and I exchanged a glance, silently asking, "How are we going to climb up there?" Just then, the driver's side door creaked open, and the driver began to climb out, disoriented but alive. We scrambled to help him down. As much as I didn't want to, I had to look inside the trailer. The scene was worse than I'd imagined. Several of the cattle were already dead. Others were barely clinging to life, and the rest bellowing in terror. The smell of blood and fear was overwhelming, and there was nothing I could do for them. This was the mid-90s, long before everyone had cell phones. The driver of the second truck offered to run for help while I stayed behind with the cattle truck driver, who was on the verge of shock. I helped him to my truck, where we waited for what felt like an eternity, though in reality, help arrived in record time. A deputy soon showed up and took my statement. He was polite but firm when he asked me to leave. Before I left, I asked him what would happen to the surviving cattle. He patted his gun, and the realization hit me hard. I wish I hadn't asked. As I climbed back into my truck, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just witnessed something that I'd carry with me for a long time. In the 70s, my dad was attending college in Florida, and he lived near a river that he and his friends would go swimming in. They weren't really supposed to, but it was easy to get away with back then. He actually remembers that they were surprised by the fact that more locals didn't use their spot. Well, they went a handful of times without incident, but they eventually learned why no one else used it. One weekend, Dad and a couple of friends took some girls out there with an ice chest, planning to make a whole day of it and hopefully night. They were in and out of the water the whole time, and everyone was drunk by lunch. While they were eating, one of the friends, Alan, stepped on some broken glass and cut the bottom of his foot pretty badly. He went to wash it in the river, but made a joke out of dramatically jumping all the way into the water. The spot where everyone was eating sat atop a small hill. From their point of view, everything below Alan's shoulders was concealed behind tall weeds, including the water itself. One minute he was singing a silly tune, and the next he suddenly dropped out of sight and began screaming. Then the sound of splashing grew more intense, beyond what one person could manage, and they knew he wasn't joking. Everyone rushed down to see Alan in the fight of his life with what they would later identify as a bull shark. Did you know that bull sharks are not only one of the most aggressive types of sharks, but they're also one of the few that are capable of surviving in fresh water? They're known for getting into Florida rivers, but no one ever bothered to tell Dad and his friends that that was the reason they shouldn't go swimming. Alan never saw it coming. He just suddenly felt the worst pain of his life radiating up his leg and through his entire body. It caught him so off guard that he could only envision his foot as being trapped in some kind of jagged, rotting tree stump. But then that stump suddenly pulled him underwater again, and he realized whatever had him was alive. In an act of sheer desperation, he flailed out with his free leg and felt it make contact with the shark. But he also felt a fresh, much more intense shockwave of pain shoot through his entire body as the shark's jaws snapped shut. The last bits that were hanging onto his foot were severed, and Alan was propelled backwards, a little closer to the shore. To add insult to injury, he saw his foot bob to the surface a few times before losing sight of it. Come to find out, sharks aren't huge fans of how we taste. This one was clearly just an aggressive asshole. It was about this time that the group arrived at the water's edge. The girls began screaming at the river of blood, while Dad and their other friend waded in just far enough to drag Alan back to shore. They both screamed when they saw his leg. The shark had bitten into the lower part of his shin bone, and the jagged remains protruded from his shredded flesh, along with a jumble of indescribable tendons and veins. Dad said it looked like someone ran his leg through a meat grinder. Alan ultimately lost everything below the knee. He also got addicted to morphine and dropped out of college. Thankfully, he was able to turn his life around in the end. 5 years later, he got clean, and he started working at a paper mill. Then a few years after that, he started a family. He actually passed away earlier this year, and that's what made Dad think of the story. I'm sad I never got to meet him, but I'm really happy his story had a happy ending. That being said, how the hell did I not know about river sharks? I've had 2 dreams in my life that weren't regular dreams. This was about 20 years ago while visiting the Gettysburg battlefield. My girlfriend and I were staying at a Holiday Inn adjacent to the battlefield. I had a very young soldier come to me in my dream. He said his name and age, which I can't remember, and that he had died on the hotel grounds. He was extremely sad that people didn't know he lost his life there. His sorrow was overwhelming. His emotions were so intense that I could physically feel them. It felt like he was giving me a message. He wanted me to know how much of his life he missed out on. When I woke up, I was completely drained, and it shocked me to my core. The second time happened the night after my mother died, 6 years ago. It was very similar to the first experience, but much more personal. My mother had died of cancer after a painful battle. We were very close. I took her to every chemotherapy appointment. I never saw my mother's face in the dream, but I felt her presence and connection. She just kept repeating, "I'm happy now. I'm happy now," over and over, while I cried. I woke up with tears streaming down my cheeks. It was so intense, kind of spooky since I'm so sure it really happened. It also made me feel better too. So maybe that was her goal. I can't explain what I experienced outside of Penn Station in New York City. 2 years ago, my wife and 2 daughters took the PATH train from New Jersey to Manhattan. After exiting the station, we stood on the sidewalk as I tried to hail a cab. It was a bright, sunny day without a cloud in the sky. I stepped off the curb with my family standing behind me, and I had my right hand extended to get the cab's attention when I saw a tall, black shadow out of the corner of my eye. It looked like a man with a large brimmed hat and a long coat. It looked like he was standing extremely close behind my family. So close that it bothered me. Since we were in the city, there's no telling what his intentions were. That's when I turned to get a better look at him. But, and only for a split second, I saw a faceless black shadow and scared the hell out of me. It happened so fast I did a double take, but it was already gone. I made a surprised remark, and my family watched with concerned expressions as I looked around for anyone that I could have mistaken for what I saw. I looked at the reflections in the building windows, just to make sure it wasn't a shadow from across the street, but I didn't see anything before we drove away in the cab. I was freaked out and worried about my vision. I thought it might have been caused by a blind spot. I even considered a hallucination, worried that it wouldn't go away. Ultimately, I decided not to tell my wife, and I waited to see if it would happen again. Thankfully, it didn't. I eventually did tell my wife. She thought that it was interesting, but she didn't pay much attention to it. A few weeks after we got home, I Googled Hat Man, not even knowing it was a thing. I was shocked to see others reporting so many similar experiences. That was over 2 years ago, and thankfully, I still haven't seen anything else like that. I was probably 15 or late 14 at the time, midsummer. Me and 2 of my friends left a girl's house late at night, basically sneaking out of where she lived, kinda deep in the countryside, about a 45-minute walk to get to the city line. We left about 2 in the morning. Me and my 2 friends, we stepped out of her country subdivision road onto the main paved road. We took a left onto the main road. We took a right. You could basically see just roads and woods each direction with some mailboxes. But on the right side, opposite our direction, at the top or end of our view of the road, we could see just a white light or reflector image. Our mind was on not being caught by the cops or anything past curfew. We walked left, the opposite direction. While walking, cars occasionally drove by, so to be safe, we would hide in the woods or the tree line every time a car would pass, just in case it was a cop. Every time we would watch a car go by our opposite traveling direction, basically we would look back and the white object was getting closer, quite fast. You could only see it in the headlights. Once the headlights were gone, it was basically gone too. We continued walking, all seeing it, just confused, but didn't care to wait. We got to about the town line, and this thing was probably only 200 to 500 feet behind us. Again, we could only see it in passing headlights. None of the cars seemed to notice. When the creature was close enough, it was translucent. White skin with big black holes for eyes. Limbs long and limp. Looking pretty skinny. Skinny, but still could have been anywhere between 6 to 8 feet tall. We get into the start of town with house subdivision streets, basically townhomes. Every way we'd go, we'd look in the opposite direction, and we could see the thing, walking with our pace. When I got a side view of it, I noticed its arms hung pretty low, like it was looking at us but wasn't. Me and my friends that night weren't on any drugs. We snuck outside at night quite a bit, so it wasn't just some fear or mistake. We were pretty, I guess, calm or casual because it kept its distance. We were just more concerned about getting caught by the law, I guess. To this day, I still ride my bike around town at night. I have for years, and I haven't seen anything like that night. In doubt, I sometimes question my vision, but both of my friends saw it 3 or more times that night. It was a gray, kind of cloudy night. I don't know. Any help with what I might have seen? Recently, I felt something following me around, everywhere. I always feel like someone's watching me. I feel a hand on my shoulder or a head when there's nothing there. So I keep seeing this thing when I'm outside. It doesn't talk usually, but I keep seeing it wherever I go. It's always behind a tree or hiding. When I was younger, I used to go outside to swing next to the huge tree, and I kept seeing a shadow figure stick its head out. But whenever I actually looked at it, it disappeared. It doesn't hurt or scare me. sort of like a father. It comforts me, and yes, it may be an imaginary friend, but it feels real. I keep feeling it touch my shoulder. I feel it next to me, always beside or behind me. When I sleep and face the wall, I feel it behind me. There are times when I see it or hear it in the closet or in the hallway at night. But it doesn't harm me. It doesn't harm me, and it says it brings no threats. It's comforting to me. Talk to it sometimes. During school, I write about it, draw about it. I might be crazy, but it looks so real and feels so real. It's super tall, no face, no accessories, nothing on it. A shadow figure, really skinny. I can almost see its bones. It has a sort of low, raspy voice. It's nice and kind. It's never made me feel threatened or scared. I feel happy, relaxed, and welcome it. I can never touch it though, but it can touch me. If I try to touch it, it fades away. It's not around me all the time, but comes to me when I feel stressed out or scared. No one else seems to see him but me, but I know I see it. Also, I just don't see him behind trees. Sometimes, when I swing, I see him next to the road. Once I saw him next to the road somewhere else, but it was signaling for me to follow it. I'm not sure if he's a ghost, a bad spirit, a good spirit, imaginary friend, a shadow person, or anything else. Anyone who knows more about ghosts or might have an idea what this is, please tell me. I don't want to get rid of it, but if you think I should, please tell me that too. So, for some backstory, my parents aren't very superstitious people. They're religious, but they're the type of people to find a logical explanation, especially for the harder to explain occurrences. So this dream they both had, it must have been quite realistic for them to act this way. The star of this post is my little sister, Mika. I think she was about 5 or 6, but I don't know. All I know is that she was very young. The night my folks had this dream, we were supposed to go to my step-grandmother's house to help fix something on the house's roof. I hadn't directly asked them what happened in the dream, but when we woke up in the morning, they told Mika to stay away from anything high. And when she asked why, they told her that they both had a dream where she fell from a high place. They told me to watch her carefully that day. They both looked genuinely worried for her safety, so I did precisely that. The entire day, I ensured that she stayed away from the ladders and pretty much anything that she could fall from a high place. The day passed without any incident, and the dream was soon forgotten. The following week or two, again, I can't exactly remember, that's when the fall happened. Now, I do want to reiterate that Mika was perfectly fine, which is mind-blowing. You'll see why in a second here. Before I continue, I need to describe the layout of where the accident happened. It took place in the basement, right beside the stairs. The stairs had this wooden pole that was supposed to be a railing, so there was a good amount of space underneath this so-called railing. The basement was unfinished then, which meant the floor was cement. Man, remembering this makes me wonder how the hell Mika walked away unscathed. To get to the basement, you walk down 4 steps to this small landing where the back door was located. Then they turned the opposite way and went down to the basement. Hopefully, that makes sense, like a split level. My parents and I were in the basement in the middle of an argument, which often happened in that house. Mika, being the curious kid that she was, tried to covertly position herself at the top of the stairs to see what the altercation was about. I have no idea what happened, but she somehow slipped from the top of the stairs and landed head first on the cement. We all surged towards her, worried as hell that she'd cracked her head open or worse. But after my parents inspected her for any wounds, Mika seemed perfectly fine, albeit a little rattled. My parents took her to the doctor to ensure that she was okay, And by some damn miracle, there wasn't any sign of a concussion or other severe injuries. Someone out there was watching out for her that day, and I'm so damn grateful that she's all right. Mika is now 18, living her best life. As for the shared dream, my parents never had a dream like that again. That was the only time that's ever happened. Thanks for reading. This is my first post, so hopefully the story was easy to follow. Also, I suck at ending stories, so stay awesome. I don't know where else to put this right now. I'm so spooked. I hate this, whatever it may be. So since I moved into my current home, myself and my housemates have been hearing this very high-pitched whistling sound. It's coming from the house next door. This house is completely abandoned, boarded up as a fire blazed through it a few years ago. When we first moved in, my housemate mentioned it and said, "Did anyone hear that whistling last night?" I've been living here nearly a year now, and I hear it almost daily. But recently, it's been getting progressively worse. It's getting louder, longer, and much weirder sounding. First, it was a small whistle. Now, it's a long, aggressive whistle. Catches me off guard all the time. I just heard it about 20 minutes ago. I normally hear it at night when I'm in the kitchen, but occasionally I hear it during the day, but it doesn't sound as scary. I really hope that it's just wind flowing through an empty house, because that whistling sound has me feeling like a 5-year-old hiding under the blankets. I would post a video, but it's hard to catch since it happens randomly and doesn't last long enough for me to whip out the phone. But if I happen to catch it, I'll definitely post in the comments. I have several vivid memories from my early childhood, and at age 5, I began having terrible nightmares. I couldn't wake up from them, and I would think they were real for days. I still have night terrors like this where I wake up deeply disturbed, screaming, covered in new scratches and bruises. When I was 6, my 2 best friends moved away, and that's my last real memory before falling asleep and waking up at age 10. The alternate life and reality, they're very similar in many ways, but there were enough differences and scattered memories to be noticeable. I remember things that supposedly never happened, and I have no memory of things that did. For example, I remember babysitting the neighbor's kids for 30 minutes when I was 8, but after waking up 4 years later, the kids were the same age, yet I didn't babysit them until I was 11. When it finally did happen, I knew exactly what was going to happen because I'd already done it. I've always kept a journal. I remember writing about going to the plains, watching the fireworks for New Year's Eve, but the actual diary didn't say what we did. When I asked my mom, she said we stayed in our neighborhood that year. There are pictures of my sister and I at 2 of the Niagara Falls kids exhibits. I remember the glass factory and the outfit I'm wearing, but not the science factory. It doesn't even seem familiar. It's definitely a picture of me, just not the way I remember myself. I know it's normal for kids to forget things, but 15 years later, I still don't recognize myself. It was like I fell asleep, lived a different life for 4 years, went back to sleep, and woke up in another alternate life. It really shook me up. I felt like I was seeing the world through a filter. Colors were slightly different. People looked different. I felt shorter, and my emotions felt different. They were much stronger. My personality completely changed. I became withdrawn, depressed, had constant panic attacks, and overreacted to seemingly small things. My mom also agrees that my personality changed a lot around the age of 10. the sense of identity doesn't really develop until around that age, so it's possible that factors into this. As an adult, I've been diagnosed as bipolar with psychosis, borderline personality disorder, both of which feature symptoms of dissociation, depersonalization, and derealization. I don't have a dissociative disorder, so I'm pretty sure all of this was the beginning of a psychotic break, but that really doesn't make it any less weird. My grandfather was in his early 60s and heart failure. He was in the hospital, and my family spent a lot of time with him the last 2 weeks before he passed. This one specific day, there were 6 of us female relatives in the room sitting around chatting with him. He suddenly interrupted our convo abruptly, looked around the room asking which one of us was pregnant. We all denied it. He insisted, "Someone in this room is pregnant. Who is it?" But none of us had any idea what he was talking about. He'd been saying things like people were visiting him at night, and there were a lot of people in his room at times. He was saying that he was seeing people who had passed on, so we just thought maybe he was hallucinating due to the pain meds. Fast forward a few weeks, I find out I'm pregnant. My ultrasound revealed that my baby had a weak heartbeat and to expect a miscarriage. Within the week, I miscarried, unfortunately. The crazy thing is, at the time my grandpa insisted someone was pregnant, I would have been about 2 weeks along. He somehow knew. It's always made me question what people see when they're near death. He ended up being intubated. They took everything out one day, and he had just enough strength to tell my mother that he was now afraid to die, based on what he'd been seeing. He couldn't talk well with everything, so my mom didn't ask many questions, but he died the next day. I always wonder what he saw. This happened 3 years ago when I was 16, but I still think about it constantly. It's probably relevant to know that I was raised Christian, but when this story took place, I was struggling with my faith. Now I'm agnostic, leaning towards atheism. Anyway, I was at the mall glancing into the stores as I walked past and not really paying attention to where I was going, and suddenly, some woman randomly came up saying that she had a message for me. She had red hair, emerald green eyes, lots of freckles. She wore a white tank top and black jeans. She said that her name was Alexa, which means defender of mankind. I stopped dead in my tracks, and in my head, I wondered if she mistook me for someone else. But then she made a really weird gesture and said, "No, I want to talk to you." I was freaked out. I couldn't imagine what she wanted, but she started asking me about my life, school, all sorts of senseless questions I can't remember. Then, in the middle of our conversation, she held up her hand, spread her fingers apart, and said, "Let's interlock our fingers and have our palms touching." It's hard to describe, but when our hands touched, I felt so much positive, loving energy. And that was something I really needed just then. Then, at the end of our conversation, she said she loved me, that she was proud of how far I've come. I honestly don't know who she was, but people have speculated that she could have been an angel. She also had bodyguards. They surrounded her in a crescent moon formation, and they were all dressed in black, minimalist formal wear. I've wondered if she could be duality, the yin and yang of all that exists. Others have theorized she might be Aphrodite. I highly doubt it. She had a very motherly vibe. Does anyone here have any thoughts on who or what she could be? Several years ago, I lived in a pretty nice 2-bedroom apartment that was above the veterinary clinic I managed. There were 3 apartments above the clinic, and mine was in the middle. It had a 3rd bedroom, but that was technically my office, and it connected to the clinic via a crazy little spiral staircase. I could also go out my heavy steel front door, turn right, and go down a set of stairs around the back of the building to the back door of the clinic. The clinic itself was set back from the main road in a small neighborhood, but the main road was the main road from the interstate to the university campus, so it was heavily traveled. We were also within walking distance of the proudly converted rails-to-trails system in our state. The location gave a sense of quiet and security that really wasn't there, long story short. So, I lived alone, but I knew the neighbors well and wasn't concerned about security because my boss was a type A personality and everything was alarmed. Motion censored, motion lights, steel doors, the works. I also had, and still have, my 60-pound Australian Shepherd who lives to serve. He takes it upon himself to patrol the house at night, going from my bedroom to the front door, to the front windows, and back. I can tell him, watch the house, or watch the car, and I can leave him alone, and he'll literally stand guard the whole time. And he doesn't bark at just anything. There are different levels of, hey, that's a cat, and it's not my cat, go away, or don't you even think about peeing in my yard, strange dog. And then there's what he did this night, which gave me goosebumps. And it got him many, many treats. I was up late. Like so many riders, I'm a night owl, or permanently exhausted pigeon, as the meme says. I have ADHD, so my circadian rhythm is way off normal. My pup and I were chilling on the couch about 2 a.m., YouTube filling the void in the background. I was on my laptop, mindlessly scrolling, probably Reddit. Suddenly, my pup hops off the couch and pads to the big front window. The window spans from about 4 feet wide across the living room. It wasn't down to the floor. My dog needed to hop up on his chair to comfortably look outside. On this summer night, the breeze was wonderful, so I had the windows open. I looked up from my mindless scrolling to see my dog on high alert in his chair, muzzle pointed at the road and ears up. Then I heard a woman. "Help me," came from the direction of the rear of the clinic. Like I said, there's a set of stairs there that goes to the back door, very secluded area that backs up to another apartment building. The voice is weak, and I'm worried that someone fell back there and needs help. My brain is suddenly going through all of the scenarios. I grab my phone and some shoes, and I plan on going through the clinic instead of outside, so I can look out the back peephole in case this isn't legit. As I'm getting my shoes on, my dog lets out this hair-raising, low, rumbling growl. Very quiet, very terrifying. I didn't know he was capable of such a noise. So I stop what I'm doing and I look up. Through the window, I see a frizzy-haired older woman just standing in front of my porch. Again, she says, "Help me." A little bit stronger this time. My dog growled again, louder this time. I was about to calm him down and address the woman. She suddenly whipped around and yelled, "You shut up!" at him, and then back to the weak, "Help me!" cry. She must have realized that a dog at an open window meant someone was home, so she lingered in the front of my apartment, staring at the front window. I immediately dialed the local cops, and I went to my back bedroom to talk to them so she couldn't hear me. Not that I thought that she could get inside, but I didn't want her to try. They were there in moments and found the lady at the front door of the clinic, trying to get in. They told me later that she wasn't hurt physically, but possibly mentally ill. We have a fairly large population of homeless and transient through the area due to lack of care facilities. After they removed her, I went and double-checked everything outside, dog in tow, of course. Nothing amiss, thankfully, and he got many treats when we got back inside. I'm not sure I slept that night, but I sure didn't leave the window open overnight. Not anymore. There's no friend who could deliver honest advice more unbiased than an anonymous source. Therefore, my yearning for guidance falls upon you. I'm not big on superstition, and I don't believe in luck. I'm a very traditional girl who believes the world doesn't care if we have a good day or a bad day, and no amount of luck or rabbit feet or four-leaf clovers is going to be able to stop the absurdities of existence, good or bad. That being said, my husband has an aunt who is about 10 or 12 years older than us, and I can confidently say, without a doubt, she has the worst luck I've ever seen. So bad, in fact, that it's truly made me reconsider my beliefs on luck being a thing. Her name is Hannah, and she's one of the nicest women you'll ever meet, which is why I'm so dumbfounded at the situations she gets herself into. Since my marriage into this family back in 2016, I got to watch bad thing after bad thing plague this woman's life. Her business goes under because pipes burst in the building, causing damage way out of their insurance price range. 2 marriages, the last one ending in a horrible divorce. Multiple car accidents. Since knowing her, she's totaled at least 2 cars a year. Over a dozen car wrecks in 7 years. One of which I was riding shotgun with her when some guy ran a stop sign, taking off the front of her car. And would you believe that Hannah's airbag didn't deploy? Instead, the windshield caught her antenna, knocking her out cold for a good 30 seconds. I thought she was dead. The accident left a big gash across her hairline that only an expensive ambulance trip and 13 stitches could fix. Watching all of this misfortune has given me a lot of anxiety to hang out with her over the years. I don't know if I'm just tired of seeing her lose all the time, or if I'm afraid to be affected by her tornado. Last New Year's Eve, Hannah wanted to take us to a bar near her place. My husband and I don't have any plans, so we thought, why not? We meet her at a little tavern called Pop Tops. Our plan was to watch the ball drop from there, but it's packed. So we decide to have a drink, but eventually we head to another bar before midnight. Before we leave, Hannah wants to take a girl's picture with me and tells my husband to take it. Her and I get really close together and smile. He takes a couple of pictures with his phone. Then behind me I hear, "Did you just take a picture of me?" From my husband's expression looking past us, I can tell that he thinks it's a joke. So he gives a fake chuckle and then looks back down at us. Hannah and I get back in our picture pose, but again, the same loud voice starts shouting from behind us. We turn around and there's a very large, very drunk man pointing across the tables at my husband, yelling obscenities. My husband yells back, "Dude, I'm not taking pictures of you." The angry man pushes past us and gets in my husband's face, screaming that he's a Marine and he's just got back from Afghanistan. Then, in a crowded bar, this guy pulls out one of the biggest knives I've ever seen, and he pushes it against my husband's neck, backing him against the wall. Hannah yells something like, "Stand down, soldier," and then runs up to them. Marine looks at her and Hannah starts talking him down. She tells him her late husband was a military man. He committed suicide when he got back from overseas. The Marine puts his knife down and releases my husband from against the wall. Then, Hannah and the Marine walk to another part of the bar and start talking. From across the room, I watch as Hannah cries, then the Marine. They hug, and the Marine ends up walking over, apologizing and then offering to buy my husband a drink. It's getting close to midnight, and we decide that we're going to hit another bar, so we leave. The Marine decides that he's going to head out too. At the exit, we go our separate ways, us three walking right to another bar, and the Marine walking left towards Pop Shot's parking lot. Moments later, we hear a loud motorcycle rev up, heading in our direction. It sounds like it's picking up momentum fast. We're on the sidewalk as this monster Harley rips past us on the road. It's the Marine. He speeds around the corner, and we hear this boom. We all go running to the end of the block to see what just happened. The sight we come upon is black, heavy smoke pouring from a mangled Harley wrapped around a tree, and a body lying a couple of yards further down the sidewalk. Hannah runs to the Marine and starts to call 911 while checking his vitals. We wait while the ambulance arrives to get the Marine. From a distant balcony, we can hear people counting down and cheering. The new year had arrived, and I'm watching Hannah scrub blood off of her arms with water from an Aquafina bottle in the car. None of us felt like partying after that, so we just called it a night. We dropped Hannah off at her place and then drove ourselves home. From the freeway, I watched fireworks ignite the sky, and I tried to make the best of it. But this year, I'm really not trying to deal with these shenanigans. Is it Hannah? Are some people cursed to a life of bad luck, regardless if they're good people or not? How do I express my worries to my husband without using the word jinx? The last thing I want to do is bring in another New Year so chaotically. Hannah's already asking if we have plans. Do I just lie? This happened a long time ago, back when I was dating my boyfriend Tim. I had decided to visit him. We lived in separate areas at the time, and we had a good time. And after staying with him for a few, he brought up the idea of going to Land's End. Tim mentioned how it used to be a swimming pool next to the ocean, that his mom used to go there when she was little. It had burnt down, but had a nice view and an even greater view of the sunset. We'd planned on going the next day, but Tim woke up late, so we went the day after. After a maybe 20 or so bus ride later, we arrived. At the top, where we were, there was a path leading downwards. It stopped on flat ground with a path leading to the right. Another path continued downward. The path on the right went on for a bit before it stopped at the mouth of a tunnel. Inside the tunnel was a path that led to the other side. While inside the tunnel, you could hear something dripping in the ocean waves. The path on the other side was long enough to fit maybe 4 or 5 people before it ended suddenly with a gap, which disconnected it from the continuing path on the other side. The gap was large enough that if you tried jumping to the other side, you'd probably fall or have a small chance of making it. On the other side, there was a wall on the right with rubble around it. Beneath us was a long trip down into the ocean. The downward path continued before stopping at flat ground. On the left, there were broken walls, some curving, some straight, with most of them being flat enough to walk on. Others were higher and took square shape. These places were filled with shallow water. Tim and I first decided to stop at the higher area and look around. We went through the tunnel, enjoyed the ocean view, etc., before moving down to the lower area to explore. We both walked around the area and explored some more, walking on some of the paths to kill more time. As night approached, we headed back to the higher area, as Tim mentioned the view would be better, and he was right. Joined by a group of people, we all watched the sun set in the sky. Tim and I decided to stay later to watch the moon, something I enjoy. As we stood watching the moon, more and more left, before we were the only people left. As it got later, we witnessed a sight. The moon was moving. Not in the slow crawl it usually does, but more like it was taking a light jog across the sky. We both thought it was odd and strange. We decided to see if we could see it from the platform on the other side of the cave, so we headed in. We were using our phones to help lighten the area as we walked. I had noticed that the sounds we'd heard from earlier, they were gone, instead replaced with silence. Around halfway there, we came to a stop, hearing a growling noise. We looked around with our phones, but we couldn't find the source of the noise. It wasn't like a stomach growling, more along the lines of some sort of animal. We both ran out of there and hightailed it back up to the walkway toward the entrance. When we got to the entrance, Tim mentioned the moon. Turning towards it, I looked at it in shock. Instead of it being in the same spot along its jogging path, it was instead back where it was before it started jogging. It was as if the moon had been reset. I knew that 2022 was going to be a weird year, simply by how it started. Last year, I was finishing college. My roommate, who we'll call Sarah, worked as a full-time manager at some group home. Her hours were kind of all over the place. It wasn't unusual for her to sometimes be gone before I even woke up. One morning, I got up around 8 o'clock. I couldn't fall back asleep. I got up to go make coffee. My roommate's door was closed, so I just turned on the TV in my room and I started watching something, I think The Circle. I was propped up in my bed and the door was a quarter of the way open, facing the hallway. Around 9 a.m., I could hear my apartment door open. A few seconds later, my roommate walked by. She was wearing one of her winter coats. It was a large purple one, and it made that swooshing sound. She had on blue jeans, and she was carrying her large gym bag, the one that she always had. She looked at me, and she said, "Hey." I said hey back. She went into her room and then closed the door. This wasn't unusual behavior, as neither of us were really morning people. There wasn't a lot to talk about. We already knew we had plans for later that night. The only thing I found strange was that she was home so early. But I didn't think too much of it. As I said, her hours could sometimes be all over the place. After our brief interaction, I just continued watching my show. Finally, I left my room around 10:30. At that time, my roommate opened her door. Her hair was a mess. She was in her pajamas, and it was like her eyes had just woken up. I asked her if she'd just fallen asleep after she got home, and she looks at me and goes, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Did you work this morning? You came home early." She looked at me like I was crazy and said again, "What are you talking about? I just woke up." I told her what had happened, that she'd come home an hour or so ago, that we spoke briefly. She insists that she didn't go out the night before and that she'd fallen asleep around midnight. She said that she had to work at 3 that day, which she did end up doing that day. Sarah isn't the type to joke around about this kind of stuff, and she looked genuinely confused. Also, I was up the entire time, since 8 or 8:30, so there's no way she could have slipped past me. We were on the 3rd floor. There's no way for her to slip out besides the apartment door. I still think that she thinks I was confused, but I know what I saw and heard. The lock on the apartment door It's heavy. It always sounds really loud when someone unlocks it, and nobody else had a key besides my landlord, and it definitely wasn't him. I've seen posts about seeing coworkers or people in public in a time span that would be impossible. I just don't know what I actually saw. I wasn't stoned, drunk, or anything. The only thing in my body at that time was caffeine. I was 18 at the time, and my best friend and I had just gotten back to my place after a rave. It was about 3 a.m. We came into the house very quiet, as I was still living with my dad at the time. We were just hanging out in my room when we hear someone screaming. So I peek out the window to see what the hell's going on, as the screaming was extremely guttural. I see a woman wearing a big white t-shirt with her hair over her face, screaming and walking down the block with no shoes. I usher my friend to look. We just look at each other, wide-eyed, observing. She then grabs the sign for the public pool nearby and starts aggressively shaking it and continues to scream. We considered if she needed help, but for real, this woman straight up looked like the Grudge and sounded like a witch from Left 4 Dead. We were scared as hell. She eventually leaves the sign crooked and walks off. This freaked both of us out at the time, since we were pretty young. So we did nothing, and I didn't want to wake up my dad and get in trouble. Now, at 28, I wonder if she needed help, or if she was from the psychiatric hospital nearby. Months ago, I made a post about dreaming of the future, and it recently happened again. I mean things that occur exactly the same, down to the smallest detail. It's happened to me a few times over the years, but I never fully remember them until they come true. They aren't even important events. They'll be pieces of conversations, a random joke, or a simple mundane action. One of the most surreal and convincing moments was a vision about eating pie. Someone nearby had commented on something, but I was just so focused on the pie and didn't look up. Later, while a group of us were staying at a friend's house for the weekend, I suddenly remembered my dream when the same person made the same comment in the same tone of voice. I was sitting in the same chair, at the same table, facing the same direction, and looking down at the exact same pie as before. It blew my mind just how real this occasion was, and I've had others like it, just not as vivid as this one. I truly wonder if I can see into certain moments of the future, or if I'm just experiencing a really powerful déjà vu. Has anyone else experienced these kinds of things? This happened to me while walking through the park near my old house at night. While the park looks like 2 square miles of pure nature, it's surrounded by the city on 3 sides, with a suburban area on the 4th. It's not in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes I go to this park after work. It's a safe place. Squirrels are the biggest animals, so there's usually nothing to worry about. This time, I veered away from the trails and went to the bottom of a wide ravine where there's a shallow stream and some ponds. Most of the shore is lined with bushes and trees, and there's a type of sticky black clay that the local villagers call black mud. It was a clear enough night, and there were no trees above the stream, so I could see without a flashlight. Everything seemed normal, but then I saw movement behind the bushes just 15 yards ahead of me. I walked forward slowly, trying not to make a sound. There was enough space between the bushes to see a small meadow on the other side, along with well, at first I thought it was a dog, but I can't remember anything about it. The only thing I remember is instinctively rushing backwards to the stream. There, I picked up the biggest branch that I could see and continued running away with frequent glances over my shoulder. But nothing was there. Half a mile later, I stopped on a hill that overlooked the ravine. All was calm and quiet. Confused, I dropped my stick and went home. I have no idea what it could be, but I was in full panic mode for a few minutes, and then I wasn't. It was like flipping a switch.